Hi, Jackie. Can you hear me? Jackie, you may be muted. We just want to confirm whether you are in favor or in opposition and whether you wish to speak.
Good morning and welcome to this hearing of the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board. Before us today we have SDAB file D-23-064, an application to change the use from a personal service shop to a health service use and to construct interior and exterior alterations. This is an appeal from the decision of the Development Authority granting the application. Speaking on behalf of the appellant today we have Patricia Golek, James Fufus, Murray Henrik, Nathan Lau, Shelley Chen, Rob Bly, Janice Agrius, representing, I believe, 5 appellants, Faith Griesbecht, and we also have speaking in opposition to the development Ryan Friedrich, Fiona Tran, Leanne Poletz. And speaking in favor of the development, we have counsel for Boyle Street, Mr. Ian Walkowicz, Sierra Heisler, Cindy Aderosio, Croy Johnston, Elliot Tanti, Marlis Taylor, and additional parties in support. We have Bradley LaFortune. Oh, sorry, he's not here. We do have the Development Authority here as well. Teresa Porkowski, Michael Gunther, Kevin Haldane, Harry Luke, and Lila Peter. Did I miss anybody? All right, the Subdivision Development Appeal Board is comprised of citizen volunteers appointed by City Council, but we operate independently from City Council and all city departments. Within certain legislative limits, we have the authority to confirm, revoke, or vary the decision of the Development Authority. Let me introduce the panel to you. On my far left, we have Mr. Jones. Next to him, Ms. Soles. On my far right, Mr. Carboll. Next to him, Ms. LaPearl. And I am Mr. Handa. If any of the affected parties feel that any member of this panel may have a conflict of interest, or that the panel is not capable of giving a fair and unbiased hearing in accordance with the rules of fundamental justice, please state your objections now. Seeing no objections, we'll let the record reflect that there were none. I'll outline the proceedings today. After the board officer has read the appeal into the record, we will hear from all appellants. Unless there's any objections, we'll let Ms. Agrias go first since she's representing a handful of them, and then we'll proceed through the other appellants. This will be followed by questions from board members. We will then hear from the city, which will again be followed by questions from board members. Then we will hear from all those who wish to speak in support of the appeal, including Boyle Street. And then finally, the appellants and only the appellants will have an opportunity for rebuttal, but that is only to address information that first came to light during the presentations made, and not an opportunity to restate your case or enter into new evidence, or we will have to go through the whole process again. After all presentations have been made, the board will deliberate in private, and the board's final decision will be rendered in writing in 15 days' time. We are required to make our decision based only on the evidence presented to us, which also includes the agenda package, which I believe all of you have received. Madam Board Officer, we can read the matter into the record and we can begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is file SDAB D23064, an application to change the use from a personal service shop to a health service located at 10119 81 Avenue. Mr. Chairman, we received stamp plans and written submission from the development officer. We received submission or reasons from appeal from the appellants. We received submissions from the respondent and some submissions from neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Board Officer. Ms. Agrias, the floor is yours. And if you or anybody needs any materials put up on the screen, just let us know and we can arrange for that to happen.
Good morning. My name is Janice Agrias, and I am here representing 5 appellants. They are all property or business owners located on 81st Street, 81st Avenue, between 101st Street and 102nd Street. And I've listed in my package of materials, page 2, paragraph 2, I've listed all of their addresses. They are all opposed to the proposed development, and the proposed development is for a supervised consumption site, or sometimes referred to as a safe injection site. The Development Authority approved the development as health services use, and I can advise there are some ancillary health services that are being offered at this location, and there's no objection to the ancillary health services. It is the safe injection site that is objected to, and in reviewing the materials, that is the primary purpose of this development. So the primary purpose is supervised consumption site, and that is what the appellants are objecting to. You are going to hear from affected parties as to why this use is not appropriate for this location. And while I will address this aspect, because the zoning is direct control, I am going to focus my submissions on the board's jurisdiction. There is a preliminary issue, and I am requesting that the board address it first, because it does go directly to the board's jurisdiction. To start with, there are on file from the Development Authority, there are stamped and approved plans, and those are the plans that are under appeal. Now, the applicant in their submissions from last week submitted new plans. And it's my submission that this board cannot accept the new plans because there are a number of significant changes in those plans. The new plans have not been reviewed by the Development Authority. They have not been circulated to the relevant departments. And they actually do raise a number of other issues, which again, there just hasn't been an opportunity for them to undergo proper review to determine the impact of the changes in the new plans. So in the rebuttal materials that I submitted yesterday, if you go to pages 265 and 266 of the rebuttal package, and I should say the page numbering from the initial submissions to the rebuttal, that page numbering just continues right through, as do the tab numbers.
Thank you, Ms. Agris. Before you continue, we'll just get those drawings put up on the screen if we could.
255 and 256 is what I'm looking at.
It's page 15 of this document.
Yeah, tab 21 is the tab number. I don't know if the tabs are there. Oh, sorry, 265 and 266. So that's tab 22. So what you have at 265 is, that is an extract from the stamped and approved drawings, and you can see the stamp at the bottom. 266 are the revised drawings that were submitted last week. And there are a number of notations where you can see the changes indicated from the approved stamped drawings to the drawings submitted last week. And just to highlight some of the bigger changes, there has been an addition of a ramp in the front that is entirely off the property and entirely on city property. There is an additional exterior entrance on the side of the building. The main entrance door has now been changed, and the door swing also has been changed. So the door now swings the opposite way. There is construction of new mechanical. There is addition of mechanical on the second floor. The second floor has been reconfigured so that it could actually operate as a standalone, so it could operate as a separate office or be used for a separate use entirely. There have been a number of interior walls that have been moved around. And so what you have in front of you is a new plan. Now, just again to comment, and again, we've not had a lot of time to review the new plan, and we certainly haven't had the new plan reviewed by anybody with expertise, but just based on our own review of the new plan, firstly, it looks like the ramp itself does not meet accessibility criteria, but again, that needs to be evaluated. The ramp, as I've indicated, is entirely on city property. That does require a permit under the City Streets Development Control Bylaw, and in particular, what would need to be evaluated is the impact on the sidewalk and access to other properties. And keep in mind, and if we get to it, under this DC and under the ARP, this is a pedestrian-oriented shopping street. And so there is a question as to how having a ramp now on the city sidewalk, how does that impede pedestrian access on this street? And again, that's unknown because these new plans have not undergone a circulation. There would also need to be an evaluation on the streetscape because again, as you'll hear, this particular DC is designed to preserve a particular look and style of the unique architecture on this street. And again, none of this work has been done. Now, I did include in the rebuttal materials at pages 268 and 269 an extract from the city's complete streets design and construction standards And you can see, now I'll comment on this, at page 269, you can see the absolute minimum for a sidewalk width is 1.8 meters. And translating that into feet, because that's what the dimensions on the plans are, that's about 6 feet, just slightly under 6 feet. With the ramp, according to the plans, and these are the new plans that were submitted, there is only 5 feet 7 inches. So even with the absolute minimum, and I'll speak to that in a second, if the ramp is added, the sidewalk, what's left, will not meet what is the absolute minimum requirement for a sidewalk width, which is unusual to have a non-compliant sidewalk on what is supposed to be a pedestrian street. Now, the other thing I will point out is, oddly, when I'm looking at these various street or various sidewalk widths, you'll see for the second one down, collector, and it talks about a separate sidewalk, but it doesn't address the width for when it's a monolithic sidewalk. So monolithic is where you've got the sidewalk and it's poured right to the curb. Separate is where, you know, you might have a strip of grass or something separating the sidewalk from the actual road. And so the idea is, with a monolithic sidewalk, you want to have a bit more space for pedestrians so they're not right alongside the cars. Elsewhere, and I apologize, I did not include this extract, but elsewhere in the city standards, for a monolithic sidewalk, and that's what this one is, it is a monolithic sidewalk, on a collector street, the minimum width actually is even more, it's 2.3 meters. So 1.8 is the absolute minimum, and that's on a local street. And again, that's not met, even the absolute minimum is not met here. And what we've got is a pedestrian oriented street, and the new plans showing a sidewalk that doesn't meet the city's minimum requirements. And again, that's based on our review. That's the type of review that when a plan comes in, it would be circulated and somebody would look at it and do a proper evaluation as to whether what's remaining in terms of the sidewalk, whether that is adequate. So it is my submission that there are two options that the applicant has. The applicant can proceed based on the stamped plans, the stamped approved plans, or the applicant can ask to have the existing development permit canceled and make a new application based on the new plans that were submitted last week. Now, I've included at page, it starts at page 255, and the portion of the decision that I will refer you to is at page 262, paragraphs 36 and 37. I have included, that's a decision of this board from November 2021, and it addresses the concept of applicants submitting new plans that haven't been reviewed to the SDAB. I do have some other decisions with me, but I didn't include them in the materials because this one seemed to speak to it as better than any of the others. But essentially, various panels of this board have consistently refused to accept new plans, with the only exception being where it is completely obvious that the revisions to the plans will result in a fully compliant development. So, you know, if you had one where, let's say, a garage is 6 inches into a setback and the garage or a wall is being moved in the 6 inches and it's obvious that it's being complied, I believe the board in those situations will accept the new plans, but it's only where it's obvious that the change or the revision will result in a fully compliant development. With these changes, and in particular the addition of a ramp onto city property, so totally outside the property line, it is not obvious that these plans will be fully compliant with all city bylaws or the new plans. And in fact, we've got one that appears where the sidewalk width will be deficient. And so the plans do need a full review. And so I do request that before we go any further, that the board confirms that this appeal is dealing with the stamped approved plans, not the plans submitted last week, Alternatively, if the applicant wants to go with the plan submitted last week, then that would be the end of this hearing, and the applicant would be submitting a new application.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Agris. We'll just see if there's any questions, and then we'll have to hear from everybody else on this preliminary issue, and then the board will make a decision on that issue before going any further. Any questions for Ms. Agris? Seeing none, I do have one though. Does this board have any jurisdiction to authorize development on outside of the property line?
No. No. There'd have to be some sort of an encroachment agreement or easement. Again, there's a permit required under the, got the name of the bylaw written, but there is a city streets development control bylaw, and this board doesn't have any jurisdiction to be issuing permits. I believe, looking at the applicant's materials, is what their request is that this board issue an approval conditional on them getting whatever other approvals they need for the ramp, and conditional on the new plans. Again, my submission is that would not be an appropriate way to proceed, because there are so many changes in the plans. And as I say, it's not just the ramp, it is other changes. There's the side door, the change to the front entrance, again, the mechanical change, the interior changes, all of those need to be circulated and evaluated.
Thank you, Ms. Agris. I'm just going to go through the list of appellants to see if you want to speak to this preliminary issue. You don't have to. You can rely on what Ms. Agris has submitted, but if you'd like to make submissions on just the issue of the set of drawings that we're going to be relying on, you're free to do so. So let's start with Ms. Golick.
I have nothing to add to that.
Okay. James Fufus. Murray Heinrich.
I have nothing to add. I support the proceedings.
Nathan Lau, I believe you're virtual. Mr. Lau? Mr. Lau, you're just muted. If you can unmute yourself.
Sorry, nothing further to add.
Thank you. Shelley Chen, you're also virtual. Just unmute yourself. Shelley Chen, if you can hear us, can you please unmute your microphone? There you go. Anything to add on this initial issue? Ms. Chen, can you hear us? Okay, Ms. Chen, we're not able to hear you. If you can hear us, we'll just ask you to please, oh, there we go. Nothing to add. We'll take your nodding of your head, which I can see on my screen, but we can't see you up there. We'll take that as you do not have anything to add on this issue, but we will ask you to try and figure out your microphone before it is your turn to speak throughout this appeal. Rob Bly, you're also virtual?
No, nothing to add on this point. Thank you.
Okay. Lastly, Faith Griesbeck? Okay. Then let's see if the city has any stance on this. I assume you may. Mr. Gunther, did you want to speak on behalf of the city? Okay, would anybody else in your team like to speak to this issue? Ms.
We'll do it as part of our submissions.
Okay. Then we will allow Mr. Walkowicz to come respond to this.
Good morning. My response is that the additional drawing that was submitted as part of the submissions really have to relate to potential conditions that may be requested of the board during the hearing. Not all of them may be requested. Maybe none of them might be requested. Some of those changes may be small enough to simply show required compliance with, let's say, a building code with an additional door. Others may not be, may not even be requested of. In some of those changes, they are in fact alternate arguments to perhaps a requested variance or the like. In sort of the spirit of the Rao decision, I don't think a sort of a preliminary evidentiary decision should be made to saying, well, we're not going to look at those drawings at all. I think that sort of like Mr. Gunter, I think as the hearing progresses, you'll see why that document was submitted, and the purpose for its submission will become sort of evident to say, well, here's a potential solution. Each of those changes, some of them very slight, some of them obvious, may be treated differently by the board. Some of them may be definitely within this board's ability to revise a plan or to sign a new drawing, which this board has done numerous occasions. I do agree with Ms. Agrias that whole-scale revisions should not be done by this board because they do need full review. That additional drawing basically has, excuse me, a number of different items to it. Some this board may say no, some this board may say yes. Some may be done by condition, some may be so trivial as to not actually even need a permit revision. So I think it's more simply a document related to evidence so that everyone can have a frame of reference for potential directions the board may go. And so I don't think there should be a sort of a preliminary jurisdictional, a J-word type of a situation here, that it's just simply a document that the board can refer to, and Ms. Agrias can refer to, and she may say none of these things should be done by the board, which of course is open to her. So that would be my submission with respect to those documents submitted.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Walkowicz? My only question then, Mr. Walkowicz, would be then we are still dealing with the stamped plans, but with the thought that if certain aspects of these revised drawings could be conditioned on the permit, then that would be the approach you would suggest?
Exactly.
Okay, so we would still be referring to the drawings as submitted?
Yes, that is what the Development Authority approved. The other document is basically there simply by way of evidence of potential directions the board could go, and each one could be discussed separately and individually.
So some of those interior layouts would necessitate a further development permit potentially for interior alterations?
Potentially, some could be so small they don't. Others might, and that could be discussed. Some could be done by condition. Some can be revised if it's beyond doubt that there's no issue with compliance there. So.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Walkowicz. Nothing further from me, but did Ms. Heisler want to speak, or is she just observing here today?
I think she's mostly observing today, but if she speaks, it probably won't be on this issue right now.
Okay, and did you want to speak on behalf of your clients, whether they wanted to add anything on this?
No, I think this would be the the submissions of Boyle Street.
I appreciate you simplifying that for us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walkowicz. We'll just check with the other parties in attendance that are speaking either in favor or opposed to the appeal. If you want to speak on this matter, Mr. Friedrich?
Nothing further.
Sorry, could you repeat that? I didn't quite catch that.
Nothing further, thanks.
Oh, thank you. Fiona Tran? And Leanne Pullets. Okay. We'll just take a quick 5-minute recess or 10-minute recess here for the board to go deliberate this point and make a decision. And then we will return back and continue the hearing. Or Ms. Agrias, unless... Oh, sorry. I should give you an opportunity for rebuttal. Sorry, I just got back from overseas and I'm still catching up.
So I take it from Mr. Walkowicz's submissions that we are proceeding based on the stamped plans. And if we are proceeding based on the stamped plans, that's where the jurisdictional issue comes in. So I had wanted clarification as to which plans. I take it is the stamped plans. If it's the stamped plans, then there is an issue based on Garno with this board's jurisdiction that I would request before you retire, I'd like to address it, and then Mr. Walkowicz and perhaps Mr. Gunther may have some submissions in response.
Sure, let's proceed.
So as you know, we're dealing with a DC1 zoning on this property. And Section 685 sub 4, and it shows up in your agenda, but I've got it at pages 271, 272 in the rebuttal submissions. That's under tab 24. And this is the provision that sets out the board's jurisdiction when dealing with a direct control district. And under sub B, the appeals limited to whether the development authority followed the directions of council. And then if the board finds that the development authority did not, it may, in accordance with the direction, substitute its decision. So in other words, the board is also required to follow the directions of council. Now, with the stamped plans do require a variance, and based on the Garneau decision, which starts at page 274 of my materials, the variance that's required is not one that the development authority or this board is able to grant. And so there's no jurisdiction to grant the development permit. And again, I would ask, and I'll give you a little bit more detail, but I would ask that the board address this as a preliminary issue, because we can all save ourselves from a lengthy hearing, time and expense for all parties, if this issue is dealt with upfront, because this is a clear issue of jurisdiction, that this particular variance that the stamped plans require is one that can't be granted. And I will acknowledge that when I prepared my initial materials, I was not actually thinking about Garneau. And so I had it initially prepared on the basis that a variance could be granted. But now that I've thought about it further and looked at Garneau in more detail, based on Garneau, there is no authority to grant the specific variance that's required in this case. And so if you start with the actual DC1 in this case, and that is in my original submissions at page 61, and section 4 sub 1, and section 4 sub 1 indicates that unless it's otherwise modified specifically in the DC, that the CB2 provisions and the Main Street overlay govern. So you look to those regulations. So that's council's direction in this DC. The Main Street's overlay in my materials, again, initial submission starts at page 74. And if you go over to page 78, you can see the regulation in question. Item 13, where a commercial use is provided at ground level abutting a public roadway other than a lane, the principal entrance shall be designed for universal accessibility. Now, when you look through the development officers or development authorities' review of these plans, you can see that this particular variance was actually missed. And it's understandable because, again, the plans did change through the process from what was initially submitted and reviewed to what was ultimately stamped. So if you go to page 228 in my original submissions, let me just get the page here. And so this document is the development officer's review. So page 217 is where it starts. It's major development review. And what happens is the development officer lays out all of the requirements and then says met, not met. So at page 228, you can see where the development officer has evaluated whether or not the provision that I just referred you to in the Main Streets overlay, item 13, whether that has been met. And so on the left-hand side, you can see item 13 is set out. And then on the right-hand side, and they don't line up properly, so you have to go up a little bit higher, but the third item down, you can see 819.4.13, principal entrance at rear, universally accessible. And so on that basis, the Development Authority finds that the direction of council was met. So if you go back to page 31, again, you can see how this happened and how this variance was missed. So page 31, so this is the set of plans that was initially submitted. So as you can see, there's no stamp on this page. And so this is a main floor level 1 plan. And not stamped, and December 3rd, no, I can't quite read the date. December, it looks like 13th, 2022. And you can see on this one that the main entrance, so you can see where the waiting area and the reception is, the main entrance is at the rear. And so the Development Authority looked at this and said, well, the rear entrance is universally accessible. Now, it might not have been, but anyways, that's what she thought. Said universally accessible from the rear and said that requirement was met. But then you go to what was actually stamped as approved, and that's at packet page 26. So this is the same, again, the same main floor level 1 plan, and this one actually has the approved stamp, and you can see the date on this plan is February 10, 2023. So this is a revised plan. And you can see what happened was it flipped. And so they flipped it around and moved the main entrance from the rear to the front. And so now the main entrance is on 81st Avenue. Now, if you go over to page 247, and again, this is in the original submission, and so there's a series of pictures of the front entrance to this building. And so in the first one, what you can see is from the sidewalk, you can see there's 2 rises. So there's a rise in the sidewalk itself, and then there's a rise from the sidewalk to the front entrance. Over on pages 250 and 251, again, you can see there's a measurement taken. So this is the rise in the sidewalk itself, and you can see it's measured at just under 6 inches. And then at page 251, again, you can see the rise. This is now going from the sidewalk to the main entrance. And you can see it's between 7 and 8 inches is the rise. I've included in the original submissions the barrier-free design guide. Page 195 is the first reference, and I'll give you all the various page references. I won't go through every single one of them, but I'll summarize. So the relevant pages are 195, 199 to 200, 203, 209, and 212. And they're all, there's highlighting, so it should be fairly easy to follow. But basically what the barrier-free design guide indicates that unless, and it's a very small rise and certainly less than this rise, that in order to be barrier-free, universally accessible, you need a ramp with a rise of this height. And again, 195 talks about the barrier-free path of travel. 199, same thing. 200, again, talks about if you have a change, this is where the height, 13 millimeters, so very, very small, less than an inch. So if you have a change in level more than that, you do need a ramp in order for the entrance to be considered universally accessible. And there are, again, as you carry on, there are the specifications for what the ramp has to be. It, again, looks like in the new plans that were submitted, that ramp actually doesn't meet the specifications. But again, that's based on what I would call an amateur review, and it needs to be reviewed by people who know how ramps are supposed to be built and what the specifications are supposed to be. I'd submit that the fact that the applicant submitted those revised plans showing the ramp, again, there's some acknowledgement there that that is a variance, that without the ramp, the universal accessibility requirement is not met. So again, what we have is the approved plans do require a variance. It was missed by the Development Authority in the review. And again, it looks like what the Development Authority was looking at the old plans, but the stamped plans are different. And so to that extent, the Development Authority did not follow council's directions in the DC, because the DC says you apply the regulations in the Main Streets overlay, and those weren't followed. So the next question is, well, okay, so can this requirement be varied? So even though the development officer missed the variance, can this board grant a variance on that requirement? And again, when I initially looked at this, I thought the answer was yes, but now that I've looked at Garneau more closely and looked at this DC more closely, the answer is no. Based on Garneau, the Development Authority and this board cannot grant the variance. Now, Garneau, and I've included that at page 274, starting at page 274. Just get to it. And so if you go to page 276, you can see that what was being dealt with in Garneau was a DC-1 in a very similar circumstance, different underlying regulations, but virtually the same as what we have in this case. So page 276, paragraph 5, you can see the first sentence, the property is zoned DC-1, which requires that the development regulations of the RF3 district apply. So Garneau, RF3 district, here we have a DC-1 that says CB2, Main Streets overlay. And so the issue in Garneau was, could the general variance power be used to vary the underlying RF3 regulations? And so in that case, what happened was the board found that the directions of council hadn't been followed, but said, we're going to grant a variance because under section 687 3D we can. You know, or under the 11 point whatever it is, the Development Authority can. There's a general variance power, and it's RF3 regulations, we can vary them. Court of Appeals said, no, you can't. And what the court found is that where a DC has a specific variance power in it, then the Development Authority and this board can't then revert back to using their general variance powers to grant variances to underlying regulations. And that passage or that discussion is at paragraph 40 in the Garneau decision. That is on page 286. And so that's the passage where the court finds that in a DC with underlying regulations, if the DC has a specific variance power, the general variance power cannot be used to grant a variance. So in this case, let's go back to the DC again, and that's at page 63 of the original submissions. And so what you see at page 63, section 12 of the DC is a specific variance power. So the development officer, in consultation with the heritage officer, may vary any regulations where, in the opinion of the development officer, variances would lead to better retention of character-defining elements for any building on the register or inventory of historic resources in Edmonton. So just like in the Garneau case, we have a DC that does have a specific variance power. So the Development Authority and this board, under the authority of Garno, can't resort to the general variance power. So the only variances that can be granted in this DC is a variance that fits within Section 12 on page 63 of the materials. One thing I did want to point out is that if you're looking at Garno, just to be aware of, Garno has references to what was then Section 641 sub 4 of the MGA, and that's now actually Section 685 sub 4. So if you're reading it and seeing references to 641.4, that's been moved to 685.4. And so 685.4 is the provision that I had originally referenced to you. So bottom line here is this particular variance, the variance regarding universal accessibility of the front entrance. And so again, we have the stamped approved plans, and they do not have a universally accessible front entrance. The Development Authority can't grant that variance, and neither can this board. And so we have Development Authority did not follow the directions of council regarding the universal accessibility requirements in the Main Streets overlay. And so that's your first finding. Your second finding is the only direction that you can substitute is to follow the directions of council. And again, you have a plan, a stamped approved plan in front of you that does not meet the requirements. And so the only option is to allow the appeal and cancel the development permit. And so that really should be the end of this appeal. And then it's up to the applicant to decide whether or not to start over again. And so unless there's questions, those are my submissions on the preliminary issue.
Thank you, Ms. Agrias. We'll see if there's any questions from the board. Okay, I have some.
Okay.
So the DC under section 4.1A states that there is a normal variance power for those regulations contained in CB2 and the MSO. And what we're seeking to vary here is the MSO regulations.
Correct.
And then we have another provision that states at subsection 412 that notwithstanding the development regulations of this provision, the development officer in consultation with the heritage officer may vary any regulation within this provision where in the opinion of the development officer, such variances would lead to better retention. So I'm struggling to understand whether or not CB2 and MSO are this provision or whether there's something outside of this provision that the development officer can use their normal variance power to vary, i.e. can they vary the CB2 and MSO regulations, but they cannot vary, in essence, 2 through 11, except in consultation with the heritage officer.
So 2 points. Firstly, this provision does include or make reference to CB2 and Main Streets overlay, right? And so instead of just laying out those regulations in detail, they're imported by reference. So they are this provision. That's the first thing. Second thing is the reference under A is to, in accordance with section 11 of the zoning bylaw. And that's what was raised in the Garno decision, was section 11 is the section that basically says, okay, there's the normal variance power, and then it says, but you can't, if there's already sort of a variance or variance authority being exercised, then you can't give another variance. And let me get you the references. They were set out in Garno. So when I looked at that, it's not a specific reference to, again, the variance power. Just a second. Let me get you the references to the sections in Garno. So page 279. So at paragraph 16, so again, if that reference under A was to 11.5, I wouldn't be making this argument, because I'd say, okay, that is the normal variance power, and it's quite clear that that normal variance power in 11.5 applies. But that's not what that section says. It says the normal variance power in section 11, and again, looking at page 279, 17, 11.63 sub 3, again, where the issuance of a development permit for any use involves the exercise of any specified discretion of the development officer to relax the regulation of a district or any other regulations of this bylaw, he shall not permit any additional variance from that regulation pursuant to section 11.5. And so that was the section, when you look at the reasoning in paragraph 40, 286, that's the constraint, and that's why the court found that you could not allow the use of the normal variance power. So again, I looked at that section and I thought, okay, if it says under A, if it said 11.5, then this argument doesn't work, but it says 11. And so I take section 11 to mean all of section 11, including section 11.6 sub 3.
Okay, so the zoning bylaws changed, and I think some of the sections have changed. So now the variance power of the DO is not 11.5, it's 11.3.
Okay.
And now 11.6 sub 3 does not exist.
Okay, then if I can't resort to 11.6.3, then I do have an issue.
Okay.
Okay, and then we are talking about using a variance power.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up because
Okay,
this is
yeah, and I
complicated.
didn't have, again, I was, you know, this was coming up very quickly, so
Yeah.
again, I was trying to look at this and trying to sort of logic it through and look at what your constraints are.
Yeah.
And so again, you may have a conflict here, right? Because you've got A, but then you do have a specific variance power. And it's difficult to say, how are you constrained? Can you go beyond, can you go beyond what is the specific variance power in 12?
That's the question. All right, those are my only questions. Anything else from the panel arising from that? Okay, Ms. Agris, we'll then hear from,
Thank you.
We'll go in order of the appellants again
Yep.
to see if you have anything to say on this preliminary hearing, or the preliminary jurisdictional matter. So we'll all get familiar with your names by the end. I hopefully won't mispronounce any of them. Ms. Golick?
I have nothing to add.
Mr. Fufus? Mr. Heinrich? Mr. Lau, if you can unmute yourself.
Nope.
Ms. Chen?
No, can you hear me now?
Okay, yep, perfect. Well done. Mr. Bly?
No, thank you.
Ms. Griesbeck? Mr. Friedrich?
Nope.
Ms. Tran? Ms. Politz? You're making my job very easy today. City of Edmonton, Mr. Gunther.
I do have some submissions on this point. I know Mr. Watkins wanted to have a word with me at some point. I don't know if we might briefly adjourn for that to occur. But I do have some thoughts about the issues that are before the board on this particular issue.
Certainly. Let's take, was 5 minutes enough, Mr. Gunther? Would you like 10?
Yeah, that would be fine.
5? 10?
Yeah, 10
Fine.
minutes would be fine.
10 minutes. Mr. Gunther wants 5, you want 10. Do I split in? We'll go 7.5. No, we'll go with 10 minutes. Please return at 9:40. Board members, please go into the deliberation room. All right, Mr. Gunther, you may have the floor.
Just wanted to make a couple comments on the issues that we're dealing with right now. Firstly, in terms of how we at the city have looked at these two provisions that interplay with each other. As you pointed out, Mr. Chair, there is in the DC1, under the heading of development regulations, which is section 4, the applicability of the main streets overlay, as well as the section 40 of the zoning bylaw, which is the CB2 zone. And then immediately thereafter, there is reference within the scope of that particular provision, noting that the development officer may exercise normal variance power for those regulations in the CB2 zone and the main streets overlay in accordance with section 11 of the zoning bylaw. There's also the provision that Ms. Agrios has raised, which is section 12, 4 sub 12, that talks about the heritage situations. Our reading of that would be such that there's essentially a threshold question, and that is a proposed variance a question of being to the CB2 zone, or the requirements of the CB2 zone, or the requirements of the Main Street overlay, or is it something else found in this provision? For example, there's a requirement that liquor stores shall comply with section 85 of the zoning bylaw, or that a nightclub may only be 240 meters of public space. If the heritage officer was consulted and determined that it would be better in keeping with the heritage character of the neighborhood that a nightclub be larger than that, because perhaps it wouldn't mean they would have to alter a building, or for some reason that the heritage officer determined that it would better lead to the retention of the character defining elements, that's when section 12 comes into play. And it's a question of whether or not it's something that's actually found in this provision, as opposed to something that's found in the CB2 zone itself as a requirement, or the Main Street overlay requirement. The second thing that I just wanted to raise was just a little bit of caution in relation to the process that we seem to be embarking down, and that we're dealing with certain issues, it seems, by request of the appellant, almost as jurisdictional threshold issues. As we know from Vavilov, the case that administrative lawyers will cite day in and day out, we know that there's no true questions of jurisdiction anymore, and there's a caution in that case from the Supreme Court of Canada to look at things as jurisdictional issues. There may be legal issues here, and of course there's quite weighty and sophisticated legal issues here for something as seemingly innocuous as a front step. But in terms of looking at this process as, well, let's decide this as a jurisdictional issue, with the upshot of that being, well, if the board was to rule that it's not within its jurisdiction to consider this issue, we won't hear any further evidence in relation to that. I think that's a problematic path from a procedural perspective, and it would be our position that procedurally the best thing to do would be to hear all the relevant evidence that may weigh into the consideration of the board and proceed based on the entirety of the evidence, as opposed to piecemealing the process into different pigeonholes, if you will.
Thank you, Mr. Gunther. Anything further before I open it up for
No,
questions?
if there's questions, I'm happy to take them.
Any questions for Mr. Gunther? I have none either for you at this time, Mr. Gunther, so thank you for your submissions. Did anybody else in your department want to speak, Mr. Gunther, before I open it up to Mr. Walkowicz? Mr. Gunther? Mr. Gunther?
Yeah, we're good, I think. No one else to speak. No, not from the city. Thank you, Mr. Adams.
Mr. Walkowicz?
Good morning again. So I've looked over these provisions, and as you know, I submitted the Garneau decision in our materials as well, because it's my submission that when you look at the DC bylaw, when you look at section 11, when you look at the overlay, I think it would be an error of this board to find that it doesn't have the ability to grant a variance, provided it's done in accordance with section 11, which was the very error the board made in Garneau. I think it's on all fours. I agree with Mr. Gunter's submission that when you look through the DC1 bylaw, what we're dealing with is section 4.1. That's the section which incorporates into the DC bylaw the development regulations from section 340, which are the CB2 zone development regulations, as well as the one which is at issue, which is 819, which is the main streets overlay. And that's where the accessibility development regulation exists. I think the directions of council here are explicit that there is an ability to vary, because right after they put 4.1, which is the section that incorporates those, they right away, they put 1A. There's no 1B. They immediately put, related to this section in particular, it says the development officer may exercise normal variance power for those regulations of the CB2 general business zone and main streets overlay in accordance with section 11 of the zoning bylaw. And then they go on to have other development regulations which are specific to this DC zone. Note the distinction in section 12 of the DC bylaw has the word any regulation, and I think it's clear that it means any regulation at all in the DC bylaw, where it says, notwithstanding the development regulations of this provision, the development officer, in consultation with the heritage officer, may vary any regulation within this provision, any. Whereas the one under section 11 that does not require the consultation with the heritage officer is not any regulation of the DC. It is those regulations that are imposed in section 1, which is where section 1A is, and that is to the general regulations of the CB2 zone and the main streets overlay. So I would say this board would err if it said we don't have the ability to use the same type of variance power that the development officer had. Note, it does say in accordance with section 11. So I would agree that you don't have your normal section 687 variance power. However, in large parts, that's replicated in section 11. So it is true that your variance power wouldn't come directly from the Act. It would come, however, from section 11 of the zoning bylaw, which gives a fairly broad variance power anyway, in many ways simply mirroring the traditional variance power in 687. There are limitations, but I don't think those are limitations that affect us. So section 11 has a number of things the development officer does. Section 1 is about its duties. 11.1, it's not relevant. Its duties about accepting applications. 11.2 is about determining the completeness. And then there's 11.3, which is the variance power, which 11.3 is basically a replication of the 687. Then 11.4 has limitations on that, and where you need to show some hardship. And I think we can show very much that we'll have this is a hardship for a ramp that cannot be put on this land without tearing the building down, unless you put it, you get the ability to do it from the city, which I'll talk about later when we deal with this in more precisely. And we're not varying maximum height, maximum floor area ratio, or maximum density regulations. We're not doing subdivision splits under D, and we're not seeking to vary the general purpose of a zone or an overlay. So I think that it is in all fours, and that you can vary. It's an error to say that you can't, as long as you do it in accordance with section 11 and confine yourself to the powers that the development officer had the ability to do. And if you think you can't, that's the very error that caused Garneau. And my final submission does mirror that of Mr. Gunter's, which is, I don't want to get into all the details of this now, which is sort of the point of the row and those other decisions that say, you look at it in its totality. At the end of the day, you say, can the board do this, or can the board not do this in this decision? And those are my submissions.
Thank you, Mr. Walkowicz. Any questions for Mr. Walkowicz? None for me either, Mr. Walkowicz. So at this time, we'll invite, or did anybody else from Boyle want to speak, or do you think?
No, those would be the submissions from Boyle.
Okay, thank you. Then Ms. Agris, we'll invite you forward for rebuttal to hear your thoughts on the submissions you've heard.
So I take the points that both Mr. Gunther and Mr. Walkowicz have raised regarding Rao and Vavilov. And those would typically be what I would agree with. I know when I initially looked at this, my concern is because we were dealing with a DC, my concern was what was the board's, again, jurisdiction, using the word that we're not supposed to use, but what was the board's jurisdiction to actually consider impacts? So that was my initial concern, was actually on behalf of the appellants, how do we argue this and how do we get the board to take jurisdiction? I think from what I'm hearing from Mr. Gunther and to a lesser extent Mr. Walkowicz, is they do agree that there's a variance required. And that does, again, leaving aside the issue of whether the board can or can't grant the variance, that does open the door for the board to consider impacts. So what I'd suggest is that we proceed just to hear the appeal, but I would request through the board that the board ask Mr. Gunther and the Development Authority to confirm that they agree that there is a variance required, during the course of their submissions, because I think it will assist greatly then for this board determining what it can and can't do.
I'm sure they'll be making those comments during their submissions in any event, but we'll be sure to direct them to that issue.
Thank you. So with that, I'll proceed with my submissions, if that's on the merits. Again, dealing with again, to some extent jurisdiction, but it's the jurisdiction, again, what the board can and can't do in terms of the direct control, and then going on to have some discussion on impacts.
Certainly. I'll just make sure that there's no objections from Mr. Walkowicz or Mr. Gunther, that we just deal with the merits of this, and the board doesn't need to make a preliminary finding on that original jurisdictional question. We can just proceed now into the remainder of the hearing and proceed with Ms. Agrias' submissions, all the other appellants, and then we'll go through the order as we originally indicated. Is that all right with everybody in the back?
Agreed.
That's fine, sir.
All right. Let's begin.
Just to start with some general background, this site is located on a unique street. It is located on 81st Avenue between 101st and 102nd Street. And if you go to page 34 of my submissions, again, there's just a map there. You can see the site in red. And what you can see is that the site is located mid-block on the south side of 81st Street. Also, west of the site, there are railway tracks. And so if you were to carry on 81st Avenue going west, you would stop at 102nd Street. So although it's not a full dead end, it does tee there and it doesn't go right through. The zoning is DC1. And again, you can see from, if you go over to page 35, you can see that the DC1 in this case is actually a fairly small area. And again, this is this particular area that has the unique character, unique architecture that is preserved by this DC1. Page 57 is where the DC1 zone starts, or a copy of that. And on page 60, if you go to the general purpose of this DC1, and I should point out this DC1 is quite new. It was recently amended. Sorry, the DC1 itself had existed for some time, but it was recently amended in January of 2023. And the general purpose of this DC1 is to preserve the unique architectural character of a portion of 81st Avenue, provide for new commercial and compatible mixed-use development opportunities, if possible, preserve the view of the historic CPR railway station to the west. This provision creates a unique pedestrian commercial shopping district while ensuring future development is compatible with the character of buildings with historic false facades. You can see on page 60, health services is a listed use. Extended medical treatment services is not. And again, as we've just discussed, we're looking at regulations in addition to the DC regulations, regulations under CB2 and the Main Streets overlay. CB2, I've just included a copy at starting at page 67, and Main Streets overlay at 74. And I'd again point out the general purpose of the Main Streets overlay to encourage and strengthen the pedestrian-oriented character of Edmonton's Main Street commercial areas that are located in proximity to residential and transit-oriented areas by providing visual interest, transparent storefront displays, and amenities for pedestrians. And so what you see in both the DC and in the Main Streets overlay, it comes up twice, that these are intended to be pedestrian-oriented areas. It is also within the Strathcona ARP, although it's a little bit, it's hard to follow, as I say. It looks to me like it's still within the ARP, but it wasn't clear. It may have been pulled out of the ARP. And again, I'm just not totally clear on that. I don't think much turns on it. I did include the ARP at page, starting at page 83. I've already referred you to at pages 271 and 272, 685 sub 4 is your jurisdiction with respect to a, again, I'm using the word jurisdiction. I know you're not supposed to use that word, but it's the limits of your authority in terms of what you can and can't do in a DC district. And so the question really is whether or not the development authority followed the directions of council as set out in the zoning bylaw. And the appellant's position, or the group that I represent, their position is that the development authority did not follow council's directions in 3 respects. And I've summarized the 3. If you go back to page 2, just of the outline of my submissions, page 2, paragraph 3, and A, B, C, I have set out the 3 aspects where the directions of council were not followed. Now, I've already addressed again, what's the 3rd one, item C, and that is the variance to the Main Streets overlay, the universal accessibility of the primary entrance. And based on what I've heard from Mr. Gunther, Mr. Walkwich, as I've indicated, it sounds like they actually acknowledge that there is a variance that was missed. And so it's clear that the directions of council were not followed. And so to the extent that this board, if the board does have authority to grant a variance, then that brings into play the variance test under section 687 sub 3D. And so that allows the board to consider negative impacts. And again, looking at the wording of section of 687 3D, it refers to impacts of the development, not simply impacts of the variance. In this case, I would suggest that the variance itself may have negative impacts. Again, we're talking about a health service that does not have an accessible front entrance. And so again, that does raise questions as to how are people going to get into this development, and where will they go if they can't get in. I'm going to turn to, and again, the 2 other aspects in which I submit that the directions of council weren't followed. And so those are items on page 2, items A and B. And so the first item, and it's addressed at pages 5 and 6, again in the summary. And the first point on behalf of the appellants is whether or not what this development does truly is a health service. And in that respect, it is important to understand exactly what is proposed to happen at this development. And I've included at page 141 the definition of a supervised consumption site from the mental health regulations. Sorry, it's supervised consumption services is the definition. Services provided to individuals in which the consumption of drugs that have previously been obtained by those individuals is supervised in person by the service provider or an employee of the service provider, and emergency care is available and provided in response to an adverse reaction to a drug, but does not include opioid agonist treatment services. And so, to summarize that, what the purpose of this development is for people to come in and use illegal drugs. And in the applicant's materials, and the pages aren't numbered, but there is a study of a supervised consumption site at the convention center. And so when you look at that, it lists the various drugs that were consumed at that site, and the majority was meth. And so what we are talking about is people coming in to a site, consuming illegal drugs that they have somehow acquired. And I'm just looking at, and again, these aren't page numbered, but there's a document called the Edmonton Convention Center Overdose Prevention Site in the applicant's materials. And drugs consumed: cocaine, crack, as I say, meth was the majority, amphetamine, heroin, fentanyl was the second highest, OxyContin, morphine, hydromorphone, Dilaudid, and then other substances and unknown substances. So essentially what happens is individuals come in, they use the illegal drugs that they have somehow obtained and bring in, and someone watches them for an adverse reaction, and there's someone there to provide treatment if somebody overdoses or has an adverse reaction to whatever they've taken. And so I submit there is a question as to whether this truly is a health service. There are some ancillary health services provided, but the primary purpose of this development is a place where people can consume illegal drugs. And so I'd submit that that is a question whether or not that really is a health service. Now, if you accept that it is a health service, and this gets to then the second argument, the question is in order to call what's happening at this development a health service, is it necessary to go to the deeming provisions in the zoning bylaw? And so in this case, the development officer classified this development as a health service. Now, I'd submit that if you look at the actual impacts, in terms of impacts, it fits better within extended medical treatment services. And again, I've set out the definitions of both. Page 4 of my materials, paragraphs 9 and 12, is where I've reproduced both of those definitions. And I do acknowledge that in extended medical treatment services, there is a reference to room and board. And so again, I think most people think of that use class as a hospital, but I would point out there is a reference to outpatient services also in that development. Now, what I'd suggest is you have a type of use that really doesn't fit neatly into any use class. So if you look at the definition of health services, well, you can say it doesn't fit squarely into extended medical treatment services. It doesn't fit squarely into health services either. So health services are defined as development for the provision of physical and mental health services on an outpatient basis. And again, question whether or not, again, a development where the primary purpose is the consumption of illegal drugs, is that health services? And then it goes on, services may be of a preventative, diagnostic, treatment, therapeutic, rehabilitative, or counseling nature. And then they've got some of the typical uses. And so I'd suggest that to the extent that the development officer classified this as health services, what's happening at this development does not fit squarely into the definition of health services either. And so what we really have is a type of use that was not envisioned at the time the zoning bylaw was enacted, and the zoning bylaw simply hasn't caught up to include this type of use, which is relatively new. To the extent it may have been contemplated at the time of the zoning bylaw, I'd suggest that it is doubtful that anybody ever conceived that this type of use would be allowed outside of a hospital setting. So that, again, you would be allowing someone to consume illegal drugs outside of some sort of a hospital setting. Instead, this is somebody comes in, stays for, whether it's, I think they say the minimum stay is 15 minutes, takes the illegal drugs and leaves. And again, I just don't think somebody, when the zoning bylaw, when these definitions came into effect, ever thought about that type of use. And so it's my submissions that if this use is to be considered a health service, you have to use the deeming provisions. And those deeming provisions I've included at page 53. So this is from section 7.1 sub 3 of the zoning bylaw. Just get the page. And so it's 7.1.3.b. It's where the specific purposes or activities do not conform to any use definition or generally conform to the wording of two or more use definitions. The development officer may at their discretion deem that the purposes conform to and are included in that use which they consider to be most appropriate. In such a case, the use shall be considered a discretionary use, whether or not the use is listed as a permitted use or discretionary use in the zone. So in other words, you've got two situations where the deeming provision might be used. One is where you've got a use that doesn't conform really to any particular use class, and then you find the one that's the closest and can use the deeming provisions. And again, I'd submit we've got that here, that we don't have a use that really fits within any use class. And so if you're going to call it a health service, you must use the deeming provisions. The other situation is as well where you have a use that conforms to two or more use classes. Again, you can resort to the deeming provisions. And in this case, historically, there's two other supervised consumption sites in the city, and the city has, in one case, approved it as a health service, and in another case has approved it as extended medical treatment services. So at page 186, I've included the development permit for, this is the Boyle-McCauley existing supervised consumption site, and you can see in that case it was approved, this is in 2017, it was approved as a health service. At page 189, I have the development permit for the George Spady supervised consumption site, and in that case it was approved as extended medical treatment services. So again, the city we have we're seeing has actually approved this type of use under two different use classes. So again, that would bring in the second part of the deeming provision. So either you have a use that doesn't fit neatly into any use class, or you have one that fits into two different use classes. In either case, you have to have resort to the deeming provision, and the use has to be treated as a discretionary use. And as we can see, the development authority in this case treated it as a Class A permitted use. And so again, in that respect, it's submitted did not follow the directions of council, because that should have treated this as a discretionary use pursuant to the deeming provision, and so should have, again, looked at the impacts. I would point out it does make sense to treat this use, just from a logical and practical perspective, it makes a lot of sense to treat this as a discretionary use. As I've indicated, it wasn't something that likely was contemplated at the time these definitions were approved in the zoning bylaw. And so, because it doesn't really fit neatly into any use classes, there wasn't a consideration of where is this use appropriate? And so, if the use is treated as discretionary by using the deeming provisions, and I'd suggest this is why the deeming provisions say you treat these uses as discretionary where they don't fit, then it allows the development officer and the SDAB to consider whether the use is appropriate for a particular location. And so the problem in this case is if supervised consumption site is treated as health services, no deeming, permitted use, and I've summarized this at page 5, paragraph 14. So to the extent that it's, again, if you take the development officer's approach and say, well, no, this is health services, it's not deemed, it's a permitted use, well, that means the development permit is issued as a Class A development permit, entitled to the development permit as of right, no consideration as to whether or not that use is appropriate for a particular site. On the other hand, if you accept the only way to get health services is by using the deeming provisions, then you can treat the use as discretionary, and then you can evaluate the appropriateness and the impacts. And again, I'll take you back to page 5, paragraph 14, and I think this will illustrate what the, again, overriding concern is in terms of taking a use that doesn't fit, not using the deeming provisions and just treating it as a Class A permitted use. So if this is health services, no deeming, health services are found in 41 zones, permitted use in 28 zones, including permitted use in 6 residential zones. No additional restrictions such as buffers. And so in other words, if you accept the development officer's approach that supervised consumption site is just a health services permitted use and you don't need to use the deeming provisions, then there are residential districts where a supervised consumption site could be located as a permitted use. Also no buffers. So no buffers to schools, parks, playgrounds, daycares. And again, we've seen, for example, with cannabis sales, again, uses that are considered incompatible with schools, parks, playgrounds. Again, it's a permitted use, but the zoning bylaw has also evaluated the impacts and put in various buffers. Because this use is one that wasn't really contemplated, none of those protections show up in the zoning bylaw. Now you contrast that with extended medical treatment services. Well, not allowed in any residential zones, only allowed in 6 zones. In 5 of the 6 zones, discretionary. So again, somebody can look at the appropriateness of the use. And in the one zone where extended medical treatment services is a permitted use, there are various buffers and setbacks that are in place. Again, so I'd suggest from an impact standpoint, it makes more sense to treat this as extended medical treatment services, but you actually don't even have to go there. It's, again, looking at it, understanding why the deeming provisions exist, and why something that is classified as a use pursuant to the deeming provisions is treated as discretionary. Again, it makes more sense to treat this type of use as a discretionary use, not as a permitted use. As I say, if it's a permitted use, then it can go right next door to a school. It can go into there are 6 residential districts where this type of use, and again, I don't think that's something anybody ever contemplated. This is a type of use that the impacts of a particular location should be considered. So, just in terms of the impacts, again, you get there, I submit, 2 ways. You get there with the variance. So in other words, this should not have been treated as a Class A permitted use. This should have been treated as there was a variance, and so the impacts should have been evaluated. Or alternatively, you get to the impacts because this should have been, the deeming provisions had to be used to classify this as a health service, if it even is a health service. And so either way, again, you get to consideration of impacts. Now, I am going to make, as I say, some remarks on the impacts, although I suspect others will have more to say than I do. And so we're definitely not here to debate the merits of supervised consumption sites. The province has made them legal, and so it's not something for this board to address, and it's not the subject of this appeal. The question is whether or not a supervised consumption site is appropriate at this location. In other words, what are the negative impacts? And are those impacts that the neighbors should be asked to have to live with? And so again, I start with the DC1, and it is, what's the vision for this street? And I've already read it to you, but at page 60, again, this is supposed to be a unique pedestrian-oriented commercial shopping street. So that's the vision in the DC. That's the whole point of having a DC, is to create this unique, again, pedestrian-oriented commercial street. If you go to page 103 in the materials, again, you can see this is the from the admin report to council back in January of this year. And just right under Strathcona ARP, again, talking about the general intent for the area is to build on West Ritchie's existing qualities so that it can become a vibrant, historically referenced urban village with quality urban design and architecture. So again, that's the whole idea for what the vision is for what this street is supposed to be. Now, there's some photos that I've included starting at page 37, and they carry on through to page 51 in my materials. And so you can see actually how the vision is starting to be realized on this street. And so when you look at some of the street view pictures, again, you can see the false fronts, the false front facades of these buildings. And you can also see the mix of retail, commercial, office, and restaurants, coffee shops. And in the aerial photos, you can see on the labeling, again, there's the names of some of the establishments that have located on this street. And so when you go to it, it actually is a quaint, different, interesting street with a good mix of businesses. And with a very, very unique character. It's really unlike any other street in the city. Now, when I review the applicant's submissions, there is quite a bit of materials that explain why supervised consumption sites are a good idea. And as I've indicated, that is not the issue. We're not here to debate whether there should or shouldn't be supervised consumption sites. The question is whether or not this location on this street, given the vision for the street and given what presently exists, whether or not a supervised consumption site should be located on this street. Now, one of the things the applicants include in their materials is a study regarding crime in Calgary. And so it was looking at whether or not a supervised consumption site, if there was any relationship between that and an increase in crime. And basically what the study says is, look, we can't correlate increases in crime with supervised consumption site. And I'd submit that study, or including that study, it actually misses the point. We're not here to argue that a supervised consumption site causes an increase in crime. We don't have the stats to back it up, and the study indicates that it's inconclusive. The issue is the impact of the supervised consumption site on the neighborhood. And so, again, looking at the applicant's submissions, and so, again, the pages aren't numbered, but I'll try and give you the document references. So this is one called Boyle Street Community Services, and there's written submissions of the respondent, the Boyle Street Service Society, and there's a description of again, the activities on the site. Now, one of the things they indicate is that there will be a security guard on site. So why do they need a security guard on site? Well, because the use is such that you actually need a security guard to be there for the safety of the staff, for sure. And you look at, and again, there's a document titled Weekly Programs Staff, and the security guard is there to de-escalate, to discourage loitering, assist neighboring businesses in de-escalation if needed, assist in overdose response. There's also, again, and this is in the document from the applicants titled Written Submissions of the Respondent on the second page. Again, staff will be responsible for the medical well-being of those within the service and within the perimeters of the site. It will be equipped with on-the-go emergency response supplies and radios, giving designated staff the ability to leave the services within reason and respond to crisis around neighboring areas within a certain radius. So again, ask yourself, do any of the other businesses who are located on this street need security to assist, again, not only in the protection of their staff, but also to assist with de-escalation in the neighborhood? So again, that's one of the concerns in terms of the impact is from the applicant's own materials. They do recognize with this type of use, there is a concern about incidents occurring in the surrounding neighborhood such that security is required to assist with de-escalation. Now, on this particular street, again, look what happens. So you have clients, they come to the site, they consume illegal drugs, and then they leave. And where do they go? So you can see this is built right up to the street, and now there's some talk about maybe a ramp even on the sidewalk. So where does everybody go after they leave? In the neighborhood, on the street. There's no bus or transit coming down this street. So again, ask yourself, where does everybody go after they've consumed illegal drugs? Ask yourself, where do they buy the drugs? Because they're bringing their own drugs in to use at the supervised consumption site, so where are they buying the drugs? Where do they get more drugs, and where do they get money to buy more drugs? When you look at there's a couple of studies about supervised consumption sites in the applicant's material. So there's there was a shelter at Commonwealth Stadium that had a supervised consumption site. And that study focuses on client feedback. And you can see that at page 1 of the study. So they did a survey of the clients using the supervised consumption site. What they didn't gather was feedback from the neighbors. How did having a supervised consumption site impact the neighbors? The interesting thing also, and again, this is from, let me just pull that study, and again, it's a little bit tough to find stuff without the page numbers. This is on page 18 of the, and again, this document is titled An Evaluation of the Overdose Prevention Service Embedded Within the Temporary Commonwealth Stadium Shelter in Edmonton, Alberta. So on page 18, this is some of the Q&A. And again, so when you look at, again, what's happening at this site, so this is talking about people getting referred into programs, because one of the things, again, one of the benefits or stated benefits of a supervised consumption site is that maybe some of the people using the services will actually get referred into a treatment program. And when you look at the answers, so right about the middle of the page, so for those who are connected to a program service, are you still connected to the program service? So it kind of goes down saying, you know, have you heard of a service? Were you referred to one? Were you offered an appointment? Well, this particular one, 4 people ended up transitioning to a program. So again, when you look at why most of the clients are going to the site, yes, at this particular one, there were 4 that transitioned to a program, but the vast majority of them are going there simply for the purpose of being able to consume illegal drugs. It is similar with the convention center site. So again, there's a document titled Edmonton Convention Center Overdose Prevention Site Report. And there's some stats. So on the first page, they indicate that there were over 8,800 people in 5.5 months who went to this particular site, supervised consumption site. And then you go to page 2, and at the bottom, and it talks about referrals. Now, it doesn't say, they don't give you stats as to how many people from this site actually transitioned into treatment. They just indicate the numbers of how many were referred. And out of 8,800, it was about 100 were referred. And again, there's no information, no study about the impacts. So again, this was at the convention center. We've got businesses across the street, office buildings, and there is nothing about the impacts on those businesses. But I think what these stats tell you is that it is clear that yes, while there are some who are referred to treatment, a very small number who may end up in treatment. Again, the primary purpose of this development is a place for people to consume illegal drugs. And so what's missing in the applicant's materials, because again, there's a lot of material and it talks about, again, why supervised consumption sites, you know, are a good thing. And again, that's not the focus of the debate. What they don't do is they don't address impacts on the neighbors, and in particular, whether this location on what is supposed to be a pedestrian-oriented, unique commercial shopping street, whether this location is an appropriate location for this type of use given its impacts. In other words, should there be a supervised consumption site on this street? Now, a few other things to bear in mind is look at the configuration. So firstly, 81st Avenue is not a main street. The main street's 82nd Avenue. Again, this is not a transit street. It's not a dead end, but it ends at 102nd Street. So, as I say, it's technically not a dead end, but it does end because you do run into the railway. And so I'd suggest there's nothing in that that makes this a good or suitable location for a supervised consumption site. Now, I would ask that you also consider, so what does it mean to the other businesses on this street to put a supervised consumption site, again, right in the middle of the block? So not even on the end of the street or at one particular end, it's mid-block. Well, I'd suggest you'll lose customers and you'll lose tenants. Now, one appellant advises, and I've included the email, he's already lost a tenant. And I've included the emails between the realtors at pages 306 and 307. And the tenant said, look, I'm walking because now that I know there's going to be a supervised consumption site on this street, this is not, I think it was a dress shop or something, this is not a suitable location for my dress shop. And so you can look at the stats and you can say, so for example, the crime, and say, well, okay, it's inconclusive whether it causes more or less crime. I'm going to suggest to you the stats don't really matter and they're not important. What's important is the perception. And so if somebody hears that there is a use where people are consuming illegal drugs and then leaving, and that the majority of them are consuming meth, I'm going to tell you most people will be scared to go to that street. And again, they're not really going to sit back and look at studies and look at stats and think about the good work that a supervised consumption site may or may not be doing. They're going to say, well, wait a minute, there's people who are going to an establishment, they need to buy the meth somewhere, they need to get money to buy the meth somewhere, they take meth, and then they leave, and there's nowhere for them to go other than on that street. And again, you don't know, when you look at the list of substances consumed, again, you don't know what somebody, if you're someone going to that street or thinking you're going to go to the coffee shop, you don't know what substance someone has or hasn't consumed. You don't know if it's a substance such as meth that will make people violent and unpredictable. You just don't know. And so if you don't know, you're scared. And you don't want to go there. And again, you don't care what the studies say. You just don't want to go there. And I would suggest, again, for every member of the board to think about it. Would you want to go for coffee? Would you want to go shopping? Would you want to go walking, again, on a pedestrian-oriented street where, again, you have people consuming illegal drugs and they leave? Again, there's no place for them to go other than on that particular street. And again, I take you back to page 37, and this is the photo of the front. So it's the one that says marbles on it. You can see the photo of the front of this particular building. And you can see when somebody leaves, there's nowhere to go other than onto the street. And so again, whether the fear is justified or not, it actually doesn't matter, because it's the perception that's important. And so what will happen is people will choose not to go to the businesses with drug users in the area. And same with tenants. Tenants won't want to rent in buildings with drug users in the area. And again, there's also a concern with, again, attracting criminals. And so if you are someone who is selling illegal drugs, where would you go? Well, this is where your customers are. And so it's my submission, this is the wrong place for a supervised consumption site use. It does not at all fit with the vision for this street. It will negatively impact this neighborhood in a very profound and significant way. And so I would submit, and it's regardless of whether you look at this as a discretionary use pursuant to the deeming provisions, or whether you are exercising a variance power, either way, you can consider the impacts, and when you consider the impacts, this is simply the wrong location. And so unless there's any questions, those are my submissions.
Thank you, Ms. Agrias. I'll see if there's any questions arising from your presentation. Ms. Solis.
We were talking at an earlier point about the definition of health, the uses, health service as opposed to extended medical treatment. In looking at and you were suggesting that the extended medical treatment might be a more appropriate use in this instance. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you able to hear what I said previously? Okay. Okay, very good. Thank you. So I would like to ask you a little bit about that other use, the use that isn't in the DC, the extended medical treatment, and probe a little bit about why you think that would be more appropriate, considering that in my reading of it, and I'm not finding it here. I'm just, there's so much material. In my reading of that use, though, what I remember of reading it, and perhaps we can get it up on the screen here, the focus is on a hospital-type use, right, a inpatient type use, and with outpatient being a secondary use. there. So I'm curious why you would think that that's more appropriate. Is it your submission that there is an intent to have inpatient care in this facility? Is this why you would think that would be a more appropriate use? I'm just curious about going down that path.
Let me answer it. Well, there's a few points there. So firstly, no indication of inpatient care. And as I indicated, I do acknowledge the reference to room and board. There also is, under the extended medical treatment services, there is a reference to outpatient services. Is it a more appropriate use class? I think when you look at the impacts and where it shows up in the bylaw, I think it would make more sense to classify it as extended medical treatment services. And that ties into, again, how widespread the health services use is in the bylaw, and the fact that it is a permitted use in 28 zones, including 6 residential zones, and the fact that there's, again, no buffers, nothing when it comes to schools, daycares, other presumably incompatible uses. So I take your point, and I accept that it's a valid point. I think the bigger issue, though, is use of the deeming provision. And so whether or not you accept that extended medical treatments is a more suitable use, I'm going to suggest to you this use doesn't really fit neatly into health services either. And so what you have is a use, again, not contemplated at the time of the bylaw, doesn't fit squarely into a particular use class, so doesn't necessarily fit squarely health services, doesn't fit squarely extended medical treatment services by the city. So the two other times the city has approved this use, once was health services, once was extended medical treatment services. So what I'm suggesting, I think the better argument, and I appreciate I did make the argument that it was extended medical treatment services. I think the better argument is, if you're going to call this health services, you have to resort to the deeming provision, and then you have to treat it as a discretionary use, not a Class A permitted use.
Thank you. And I do have a question that's not really a follow-up, but somewhat related, again, having to do with the use. In your submissions, you said this was a place to consume pre-purchased drugs, presumably illegal drugs. In looking at the description of the use, supervised consumption site, one can consume drugs anywhere. Would you agree that one could consume drugs anywhere? Or almost anywhere? I mean, perhaps not the police station.
Not legally. Not legally.
No, not legally. In this kind of facility, it is called supervised. Does that make a consumption site? Does that make a difference in what the use is? You were saying that it was a place to consume presumably illegal drugs. It does, however, have the word supervised in it, and it does have health staff, healthcare workers on site. How does that play into what's going on here?
No, I agree. It does have the word supervised. But in terms of what is the primary purpose for this site, well, without consumption, there's nothing to supervise. So the primary purpose is to go in and consume illegal drugs. Somebody is watching, and if there's an adverse reaction, they will provide treatment. But without the consumption of illegal drugs, as I say, there's nothing to supervise and there's no medical service to provide. To the extent that there's ancillary medical services, I think I saw something about wound care, maybe some pregnancy counseling, that's fine. That's not what the objection is. But even according to the applicant's own materials, the supervised consumption site is the primary reason, and then there's these ancillary health services. But the primary purpose, the whole reason for this existing, is it's a place for people to consume illegal drugs. Right? There's nothing to supervise without the consumption of the illegal drugs. So again, it's my submission there is a question whether that's even a health service. But again, and if you find it's not a health service at all, that it's just something completely different, well then there is that issue about whether it can even be approved if it's not in the DC. But I think the larger point that I want to stress again is the nature of the use being something that actually doesn't really fit neatly. And so what the Development Authority did here was just said, well, no, this is a health service. We're going to treat it as a Class A permitted use. It's my submission that was an error, not a Class A permitted use. It's something, if you're going to call it a health service, it has to be deemed, in which case you treat it as a discretionary use.
Okay, thank you very much. That's helpful.
Thank you, Ms. Solis. Any other questions? Ms. LaPearl, Mr. Carbo?
Thank you. Can you hear me? All
Yes.
right. You addressed the impacts to the neighborhood if this development was approved. Specifically, users of the development would go out into the neighborhood after visiting the site. They would be intoxicated, and that this would be a negative impact on the neighborhood. I'm just trying to gauge the real impact to the neighborhood from its current state, if some of this activity is already occurring without the development being approved. Do you have any comments on, what is the change from the current state to a future state?
Well, firstly, and you will hear from some people in the neighborhood, but take a look at the pictures of the neighborhood and take a look at what you've got there, starting at page 37. And again, there's no indication of large numbers of intoxicated people on these streets. And again, what you've got is a fairly nice looking, I'm looking at page 43, page 44, you've got a fairly attractive, pedestrian, again, street-oriented retail and restaurant street is what you have now. So this is your current state. And again, no indication that anybody needs security to de-escalate on this street. Again, it might be different over on White Avenue, but on this particular street, no indication of any of that. What you do by putting this use in the middle of this street is it becomes, it's the central hub. I mean, it's where you go to consume the drugs. So there's no question there are people using drugs and who are intoxicated, in the general area and throughout the city, but they're not concentrated on this street. And so by putting this use onto this street, what you do is you concentrate all of that activity in the middle of what right now, again, it looks like the vision of the DC, it's actually working. They're actually achieving that vision, and they do have a nice mix of, just looking at the various, you can look on page 42 and you can see some of the various establishments on this street. And they do have a nice mix, in terms of a bookstore, and a Clayworks store, a restaurant, looks like a bakery. Again, they've got a nice mix there right now. And what you do is you centralize all that activity because this is where people go to consume illegal drugs. And actually, this is where people, once they've consumed the illegal drugs, there is nowhere to go other than out onto this street. And then you add into that, again, the criminal activity that potentially follows. Because again, if I'm somebody who is selling drugs, I'm going to go to where my customers are. And I've got a whole built-in customer base now right sitting on this street. So that's the concern in terms of the impacts, again, particularly on this street, and looking at the vision and looking at what's happening on this street.
Thank you, Ms. LaPearl. Ms. Agres, I have one question with relation to your submission that we can look at the entire development as soon as we have a variance. We look at the use, enjoyment, and value of neighboring parcels of land in the context of the entire development. But often this board compares the impacts to what would be a Class A permit or a permit without any variance, and able to assess what those impacts would actually be. So how does this board deal with this situation where if we put the use aside and this was a permitted use, you'd be actually asking us to take something that would be not, or unimpeachable, but for this ramp, and now we're in a position where we can deny what would be a lawfully existing use, assuming that it fits squarely in that definition.
Yeah, no, I understand the question that you're asking. You know, I guess I'd raise 2 points. So firstly, again, the wording of section 687 sub 3D is quite clear that it says, and I should pull it out so I have it in front of me, but it references the impact of the development, not the impact of the variance. And so I would suggest that as soon as you get to a variance, you look at the impact of the development based on the wording of section 687 3D, also the wording of what was 11.5, what I think is now 11.4 or 11.3, whatever that section, the development authorities, again, it talks about as soon as there's a variance, you treat it as a Class B, right? And so at that point, it's my submission, you are looking at the impacts of the development. The second thing is there is something that just intuitively does not make sense about, okay, so if this is a health service and it's not accessible, I mean, that really doesn't make any sense at all. And so again, the question is, what happens, because it is a health service, so the people who need to actually access this development, again, from the street, and if they can't get in, where do they go? Other than kind of wander around the building, wander around the street, which again has its own set of impacts. But again, I just kept thinking, okay, how do you have a health service, if this truly is a health service, and not have an accessible entrance?
So for argument's sake, if this was a dentist's office, would we have the same type of an issue, which would be squarely in the definition of a health services use?
And it would still have a requirement of an accessible entrance.
Okay.
But again, the difficulty with this is just thinking in terms of, so if you have someone who does have a mobility challenge and they can't get in, are they again left with having to wander around trying to figure out a way in? And given that this is a health service, I suggest it's not a stretch to think that, again, there will be people with mobility challenges. And so that will have, again, that specific variance does have an impact on the neighborhood if people can't get in.
So the way I read that regulation is it's intended to really activate that commercial street that they're trying to develop in that area. And there are obviously other doors that serve this building. So does that alter your analysis in any way, that it's just the principal entrance arguably that is not accessible, but there are potentially other accessible entrances to this building?
Yeah,
so to
sure.
deal with those individuals that might need another way to get in, that may exist.
Right, so now they're in the back alley. And that makes it even worse, right? So now you don't even have them on the lit front street, now you've got them in the back alley. And so again, that's a concern. There's also now on these new plans, and I don't know, again, I don't believe those are the plans before you, but there's a suggestion of a side entrance now. And so, is it desirable to have them entering on the street or entering and exiting via the street? No. Is it less desirable to have them entering and exit via the alley? Probably. And again, it makes it more difficult for the neighbors to, again, secure their businesses if we're now not talking about people all just coming in and out of one principal entrance. Now we're having people coming in and out of a back alley or potentially a side entrance.
Okay. My second question is just in relation to many of your arguments have to deal with the fact that wherever this exists, these types of impacts are going to occur. And maybe this is a question for another day, but if not here, then where would something like this be suitable? Because these impacts will surely occur everywhere.
And I think that is a question for another day because, again, this street in particular, and looking at the DC and the vision for it and the pedestrian-oriented retail street, I could for sure say not here. If you were to ask me where, and again, this sort of ties into the extended medical treatment services, but I think you'd be looking at similar where you would locate those types of facilities, right? So there are setback requirements for those types of facilities. They are only located in certain zones. So, I mean, there are appropriate locations, just not on a pedestrian-oriented retail commercial shopping street.
Okay. Thank you for your answers. I'm just going to see if there's any other questions. All right. Seeing none, we thank you for your submissions, Ms. Agrias, and we'll hear from you again later today or maybe tomorrow, depending on how the rest of the day goes. At this time, we'll take just a 6-minute break before we hear from Ms. Golick, and we'll give everybody an opportunity for a bio break or checking emails, whatever you need to do. Please return back here promptly at 11. Thank you. Welcome back. Ms. Golick, I'll invite you forward, and the floor is yours for your submissions.
We're good? Okay. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak against the Development Authority, the decision of the Development Authority to issue a permit for establishment of a health hub at 10119 81st Avenue. In my neighborhood. I've got several reasons for the appeal, or for my appeal, and I'll address each of them with reasons and some supporting documentation. So first, I would like to preface my presentation by saying that the terms safe injection facility, supervised consumption site, supervised injection site, safe injection facility, supervised consumption service, and overdose prevention site are all used interchangeably. Even though I'm aware that there's a difference between federally approved and provincially approved sites, I found that the literature, the news media, government sources, and city documents seem to use the terms interchangeably. So I tried to use the terminology consistent with the source material I used, but it fluctuates throughout my presentation. The point being that the intent of each one of these terminologies was a place for consumption of illegal substances, whether they're injected, inhaled, ingested, or smoked. So having said that, I will get on with my points. Okay, number one, the development permit was incorrectly classified as a Class A, and Ms. Agrios has dealt with this. So in September 2017, a development permit was issued to Manasseh Isaac Architects for continued operation of a health service safe injection facility at the Boyle-McCauley Health Center, 10628 96th Street. The land is within the urban services zone, where health services is a discretionary use. Less than a month later, a development permit was issued, also to Manasseh Isaac Architects, to continue to operate an extended medical treatment service use and safe injection facility at the George Spady Center, which is at 10015 105th A Avenue. This land is also within the urban services zone, where extended medical treatment services is a discretionary use. Both of these applications were made to enable the establishment of safe injection facilities. One was classed as a health services, listed in section 7.426 of the zoning bylaw as a commercial use, and one was classed as an extended medical treatment services, listed in section 7.7 sub 4 as basic services use. So I would like to draw your attention to 3 background submissions that start with the word Spady and 3 that start with Boyle-McCauley, which clearly demonstrate my point. There's a lot of documentation, the point being that when the files with similar names are placed side by each, you can see they're nearly identical. Both projects had the same architect, the same mechanical engineer, and the same electrical engineer. They were both in an urban services zone, and they were both approved by the same development officer. The differences may be seen in the Spady final and McCauley final documents, where each separate application for a commercial final permit, major development permit, and the change of use within a specific building forms describe the Boyle-McCauley use as medical services and as health services, and the Spady as extended medical treatment services. So I do have a document comparing the 2 permits. You have them in your submissions. I do have copies of the specific ones to be compared. So I would like to point out that the terms safe injection facility, supervised injection facility, and safe injection site are all used in these documents when we're talking about the same developments. 4 documents, 3 different terms. So Edmonton zoning bylaw, as Ms. Agros pointed out, section 7.13B specifies that specific purposes or activities which generally conform to the wording of 2 or more use definitions, shall be considered as a discretionary use. In the case of these 2 permits, which included safe injection sites, one was approved as a commercial use, one was approved as a basic services use. The application for Health Hub, including a safe injection facility, therefore should have been a Class B permit, not a Class A, and that has been discussed. My second point is with the definition of health services. Section 7.4, sub 26 of the Edmonton zoning bylaw defines health services as development used for the provision of physical and mental health services on an outpatient basis. Services may be of a preventative, diagnostic, treatment, therapeutic, rehabilitative, or counseling nature. Typical uses include medical and dental offices, health clinics and counseling service, and medical cannabis clinics and counseling services. So you've received letters of support provided by the applicant from medical professionals who claim that overdose prevention is a health service. I would argue that these same professionals would also consider hospitals, sanitariums, convalescent homes, isolation facilities, psychiatric hospitals, auxiliary hospitals, and detoxification centers as health services. Those uses are included in the land use bylaw definition of medical treatment services. My point being that in this appeal, we're discussing the City of Edmonton definitions, not ones used by medical practitioners. No reasonable, law-abiding lay person would expect that the consumption of illegal substances would be included in the definition of a health service. The inclusion of an overdose prevention site within this health hub is inconsistent with the definition of health services. My third point, the proposal, it has been discussed to some extent as well. The proposal is inconsistent with the spirit and intent of the Strathcona Area Redevelopment Plan. So the Strathcona ARP, as amended in 2011 to include this particular site, for the area is to build on West Ritchie's existing qualities so that it can become a vibrant, historically referenced urban village with quality urban design and architecture. Since adoption of the ARP, a lot of progress has been made. We've got new retail and residential buildings, as well as the long-established businesses and homes. The continued positive evolution of our neighborhood, as it has changed over the past 12 years, is threatened by this proposed development. During the 15 years that I've owned my property, West Ritchie has changed for the better. I believe this proposed overdose prevention site would change the character of 81st Avenue for the worse and would discourage future investment by individuals and businesses. This facility, if approved, would be operating in a mixed commercial residential area with daycares, businesses, and seniors apartments complex facility in the immediate vicinity. It would discourage pedestrians from walking along the streets and visiting the businesses. It is inconsistent with the intent of the Strathcona ARP. My fourth point, the proposed use will materially interfere with and affect the use, enjoyment, and value of neighboring parcels of land. So inviting people to our neighborhood for the purpose of consuming illegal substances devalues the millions of dollars that have been invested by business owners and by residences, by making the area less attractive for customers, as well as future purchasers or developers. We know this to be true as the horrific experiences in 2 other Alberta cities has been well documented. My first example is the Sheldon Schumer Health Center in Calgary. In October 30th, 2017, a supervised consumption service began operating in the Sheldon M. Schumer Health Center in Calgary. On January, almost 2 years later, January 29th, 2019, the Calgary Police Service released the report, Crime and Disorder Near the Sheldon M. Schumer Health Center's Supervised Consumption Services Facility, 2018 Statistical Overview. This study showed a significant increase in crime and disorder within 250 meters of the facility over the 3-year average. Following that report, the Calgary Police Service made concerted efforts to address crime and disorder issues while continuing to be actively engaged with community and with agency partners. In May 2019, the Calgary Police Service released a report titled Crime and Disorder near the Sheldon M. Schumer Center and Statistical Review of the First Quarter. This report was submitted with your package. So the results of that study showed that there were 694 publicly generated calls for service in the study area, so 250 meters of the site. And that was up 50% above the 3-year average. The highest volume of call types in 2019 included unwanted guests, check on welfare, suspicious persons. In contrast to this, both the Center City and the rest of the entire city of Calgary recorded approximately a 2% drop in crime. Another study, released in August 2019, looked at second quarter results. A similar trend was noted. There were 883 publicly generated calls for service in the study area, roughly 252 calls above the 3-year average. The highest volume call types included unwanted guests, suspicious persons, and check on welfare. These types of calls for service have not changed across all quarters. An increase of 461 calls was observed in the city center, was up 4%. The rest of the city was down 2%. So the data as analyzed by the Calgary Police Service showed a sustained increase in the number of unique users to the site since opening, which had a strong relationship to increased calls for service. The report states, since opening, demand for services at the supervised consumption site has continued to steadily increase, and it is expected that if this trend continues, calls for service will also continue to increase. So finally, on May 27, 2021, Global News reported a statement issued by Justin Marshall, who at the time was the press secretary to Associate Minister of Mental Health and Addictions. And the statement issued by them was, and I quote, "We will be relocating the existing supervised consumption site, which has been highly disruptive to the neighborhood, and instead add SCS capabilities within 2 existing partner organizations' facilities in more appropriate locations." So Alberta Mental Health and Addictions acknowledged that the neighborhood had been disrupted. But in spite of this announcement, a year later, in July of 2022, Eric Engler, press secretary to the new Associate Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, Mike Ellis, said that the site was going to continue to operate until they could find a new location. So the latest statistic I could find was from October of 2017 to February of 2023. This particular supervised consumption site had 265,287 client visits. In February 2023, which was the latest data available, 502 unique individuals made 3,061 visits with an average of 109 visits per day, each and every day. The most common drug reported for use was methamphetamine, which was 1,002 times, followed by fentanyl, which was 862 times. My second Alberta example, and this is important to note, that is an Alberta example, is of a failed supervised consumption service in Lethbridge. So in response to an escalating drug crisis, a supervised consumption service was opened in 1016 First Avenue South in Lethbridge in February of 2018. So community members had both support for the supervised consumption services as well as concerns about the impact that was going to happen on their neighborhood. The site was operated by Arches, a not-for-profit organization operating in southwest Alberta. So the experience in Lethbridge was documented by Dr. M. Peel, a researcher in the Faculty of Health Sciences at the University of Lethbridge. The study was initiated in response to concerns expressed by residents and businesses in the area of the new Arches site that it would negatively impact the utility, enjoyment, sense of security, and social interactions amongst those who live, work, or otherwise engage in the area. So the data were collected over a 13-month period, during which the the supervised consumption site was opened and began operations. So we get kind of a before and after thing. The resulting study is titled Urban Social Issue Study, Impacts of Lethbridge Supervised Consumption Site on the Local Neighborhood, was released in January 2020, and it is included in your package as the University of Lethbridge study, so you have the whole thing. But I would like to read some excerpts from the study, from Dr. Peel's study. So here's one excerpt. Prior to the SCS, the area was comprised of various quiet businesses and substance use, in brackets alcohol, with occasional social disorder, brackets particularly on weekends, could be somewhat attributed to a small handful of drinking establishments in the vicinity. Now that really sounds like my neighborhood. A little bit off-white, some social disorder on the weekends, particularly when university's in. A second excerpt from the study. Many respondents and participants in the study were not opposed to harm reduction or supervised consumption services per se. There was, in fact, a range of support for these services. However, there was significant concern about the impacts on their substantial investments into their livelihoods, which they felt were being threatened. And this sounds like my neighbors, some of whom are here today. So another expert, overall, antisocial behaviors cannot be unequivocally and entirely attributed to the Lethbridge supervised consumption site, largely due to the study sample size and an ongoing drug epidemic. However, it is not unreasonable to consider that drawing a diverse group of disenfranchised individuals with complex social and health needs into a single service would result in a rise in antisocial behavior and clashes with those businesses who have been in that relatively quiet neighborhood, especially during the day, for between 2 and 85 years. Again, this sounds like my neighborhood and existing businesses. So the Lethbridge site closed in August 2020 after a government-ordered audit found $1.6 million of public money unaccounted for, and it was replaced with a mobile overdose prevention site. So how do these failed experiments relate to the proposed 81st Avenue location? Firstly, it's important to note that the Calgary Police Service data and the Lethbridge study both looked at neighborhoods directly adjacent to the SES sites. Dr. Peel observed that the 100-meter radius directly around the SES site experienced the greatest impact. So citing data from an entire neighborhood, like all of Strathcona or all of Ritchie, does not capture site-specific impacts. Already, the opening of the mustard seed facility at 10050 81st Avenue, kind of a block away, providing, and I quote, advocacy, employment and housing supports, as well as meals, has led to an obvious increase in crime and social disorder in our community, and other appellants will address this. So adding a facility that will draw illegal drug users from other areas will further increase these problems, as noted by the Calgary Police Service and by Dr. Peel. So the Development Authority written submission to the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board, which is both unsigned and undated, but was uploaded to the SDAB site on June the 6th, contains a statement, and I'll quote that. It is the opinion of the development officer that the proposed Strathcona Health Hub does not unduly interfere with the amenities of the neighborhood, nor affect the use, enjoyment, or value of neighboring properties. This statement is an opinion, and it is unsubstantiated. The documented experience in both Calgary and Lethbridge clearly demonstrate that this proposed use will, in fact, materially interfere with and affect the use, enjoyment, and value of neighboring parcels of land in the vicinity of the site. My fifth point, that zoning is inappropriate for the proposed use. This overdose prevention site, if approved, would be the fourth one in the city of Edmonton. Unlike the other three, it would be operating in a mixed commercial residential area, in effect the CB2 zone, with two daycares, businesses, and a seniors apartment complex in the immediate vicinity. There are also 3 educational facilities, including a gym with children's programs, a park, and numerous residential buildings within 200 meters. 2 other privately operated supervised consumption service sites in Edmonton, the ones I cited in my first point, are both located in the urban services zone. And the general purpose of the urban services zone, and I quote, is to provide for publicly and privately owned facilities of an institutional or community service nature. Extended medical treatment services are discretionary in the urban services zone, and I believe that urban services is a more appropriate zone for this proposed use. Okay, my 6th point is density, and this has been mentioned as well. So urban strategist Corey Johnson at Belgian Management Limited has submitted documentation in support of the application, stating that, and I quote, "The City of Edmonton has undertaken a multi-year project to promote and build the city plan, which entails a community of communities in which people can meet many of their daily needs within 15 minutes. With this in mind, we should consider that health services will continue to be present throughout our communities in many forms, if that be in a neighborhood or on a main street urban setting." So if this is, in fact, the objective, it makes no sense to locate 2 health services aimed at the same clientele virtually across the street from each other. It's across the street and a block away. The Mustard Seed obtained a development permit to operate a health service at 10050 81st Avenue, across the street and down the block from the proposed development. On their website, they claim to offer laundry and shower access, advocacy, employment and housing supports, community programming, and a fully equipped commercial kitchen. They had a subsequent permit for supportive housing, but that was not commenced within 2 years, and I'm guessing that has expired. So the zoning bylaw, 12800, contains density restrictions for liquor stores and cannabis retail locations. In fact, a cannabis retail location could not be established on this site because there's other ones in the area. But a health service aimed at serving a very specific demographic has no restrictions and no considerations. So in the document that you have in your package titled Background Maps and Zoning, it has a cannabis buffer map that shows the restrictions for cannabis retail. So if City Council does in fact, if they are serious about providing all services throughout the city accessible to all residents, they should implement density restrictions for health services, if this is in fact a health service, requiring that they be situated 15 minutes away from existing facilities providing the same supports. Makes no sense to have them all together. Okay. My 7th point is that council direction is unclear. The Edmonton zoning bylaw has pages and pages, a lot of pages, describing what can and cannot be done on land and in buildings in the city's boundaries. It's got interpretive clauses, administrative clauses, development regulations, special land use provisions. It defines and describes 48 different land use zones, includes 11 overlays and 24 special areas. In spite of all this, DC-1 direct control provisions are used throughout the city. Their general purpose, as stated in section 710.1, is in part to provide for detailed sensitive control of the use, development, siting, and design of buildings, and some other stuff necessary to establish, preserve, or enhance areas of unique character. So we have a DC-1 zone to keep the unique character of our neighborhood. Strathcona, in fact, has 16 DC-1 zones, which are on top of all these other things. And one of these DC-1 zones is historic West Ritchie. This has been cited by Ms. Agrios. So this zone was originally put in place in 2011 and was amended in January of this year. The general purpose is to preserve the unique architectural character of a portion of 81st Avenue Northwest, to provide for new commercial and compatible mixed-use development opportunities, and if possible, preserve the view of the historic Canadian Pacific Railway Station to the west, which is gone, This provision creates a unique pedestrian commercial shopping district while ensuring future development is compatible with the character of buildings with historic false facades. The property that's the subject of this appeal is subject to all the interpretive clauses, administrative clauses, development regulations, special land use provisions included in the land use bylaw. It's also within the boundaries of the Main Streets overlay, as Ms. Agrios has mentioned, the White Avenue commercial overlay, and the Strathcona area redevelopment plan. So the Main Streets overlay now, as stated in section 819.1 of the land use bylaw, is to encourage and strengthen the pedestrian-oriented character of Edmonton's Main Street commercial areas that are located in proximity to residential and transit-oriented areas by providing visual, transparent storefront displays and amenities for pedestrians. So to summarize, detailed, sensitive control of the use, development, siting, and design of buildings to preserve the unique character and create a unique pedestrian commercial shopping district while encouraging and strengthening the pedestrian-oriented character of the area. To me, all of these regulations and overlays combine to present a very clear intent to keep the neighborhood pedestrian-friendly with small street-level outlets. Okay, so this brings me to Charter Bylaw 19490, passed on November the 5th of 2020. While most of us were locked down due to COVID-19, unable to visit vulnerable loved ones or eat in a restaurant, City Council passed a major amendment to the zoning bylaw, which could potentially change the character of neighborhoods throughout the City of Edmonton. The cover report submitted to City Council in support of the bylaw stated, and I quote, "Public engagement was not completed for this amendment. However, stakeholders and the general public have an opportunity to provide feedback directly at public hearing." So without any public consultation, limited group home, and temporary shelter services are now all deemed to be supportive housing. Supportive housing was then added to multiple land use zones. Prior to the amendment, temporary shelter services was not a permitted use in any zone and was a discretionary use in only 4 zones: the urban services, the urban warehouse, the heritage zone, and the CS1 community services zone. Since the amendment, temporary shelter services are now permitted or discretionary in 15 land use zones, 6 commercial zones, and 32 special area zones. I'm pretty sure that most residents of Ambleside, Orchards, and Terwilliger would be surprised to learn of this change. So you do have a handout demonstrating this, the zoning matrix of supportive housing. And that's a very colorful one, just shows it. So now, in spite of the focus on pedestrian-friendly, unique character of the neighborhood, temporary shelter services is a permitted use in the West Ritchie DC1 zone, as it is in much of the city. So, okay. It does not end there. The DC2 direct control provisions are used to enable developments which do not align with existing zoning. As of June 5th, 2023, there are 1,240 separate DC2 zones in the City of Edmonton website. That means there were 1,240 times where the existing 48 zones, 11 overlays, 24 special areas did not align with the proposed development. A prime example of the use of the DC2 zoning shows in the background maps document, which is also in your package. There are 9 approved DC2 zones in one small part of the city on the map. And one of those is south of my property. It's along 99th Street, where there's an active rezoning application to allow 2 what they're calling medium-rise towers, constructed in a zone that has been RA7, which is low-density or low-rise apartments, for at least 15 years. So this is affecting people who have owned properties for years. The owners on the south side of my building will lose most of their sunshine in the winter months. One of my affected neighbors is 75 years old. English is not his first language. He assumed that nothing was being built on the site because the sign for our previous application had been taken down. the rezoning was before council yesterday, and I'm guessing it was approved. I did not attend. So where am I going with this, I guess you're asking? This lack of consultation and piecemeal zoning. Section 685 of the Municipal Government Act stipulates the conditions under which a decision made by a development authority with respect to development application of a direct control district. Such an appeal, as we're talking about today, is limited to whether the development authority followed the directions of council. If the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board finds the development authority did not follow the directions of council, it may substitute its decision for the development authority's decision. My point is, there is no direction. Council will make major amendments without public consultation. They'll make site-specific ones whenever asked by a developer. The directions of council are not clear. They're a moving target subject to the whims of the day. They approved a Strathcona ARP calling for a vibrant, historically referenced, pedestrian-friendly area. They applied a Main Streets overlay to strengthen the pedestrian-oriented services. They applied a cannabis buffers so there's not too many pot shops. They implemented lighting and visibility standards for liquor stores to improve the safety of customers and staff. Then they amended the rule for West Ritchie to permit supportive housing, issued a development permit for the Mustard Seed Health Service, and are proposing to place a 19-story building in the historically referenced area. Given all of this unilateral change in direction, it's not clear whether the development authority followed the directions of council. The SDAB may therefore substitute its decision. So, in summary, Class A. The development permit was incorrectly classified as a Class A, should have been processed as a Class B. Number 2, the definition of health services was incorrectly interpreted. Giving addicts a place to use illegal drugs is not a health service. Conflict with the ARP. The proposal is inconsistent with the spirit and intent of the Strathcona ARP to create a unique pedestrian commercial shopping district. Number 4, contrary to the development officer's unsubstantiated claim, I have provided evidence from 2 different Alberta studies that the proposed use, when approved in 2 other Alberta cities, did materially interfere with and affect the use, enjoyment, and value of neighboring parcels of land. Number 5 is zoning. 2 other supervised consumption sites are located in urban services zones. The DC1 zoning based on CB2 zoning is inappropriate for the proposed use. Density. If Edmonton does in fact strive to be a 15-minute city where people can meet many of their daily needs within 15 minutes of their home, health services aimed at providing services to houseless individuals should be distributed throughout the city. There should not be 2 locations within a block of each other. Unclear direction. Land use planning in the city of Edmonton is complicated. In spite of having 48 different land use zones, 11 overlays, and 24 special areas, there have been 1,240 occasions where site-specific zoning was deemed to be required. Rather than providing clear direction to staff and residents, thereby creating a stable framework for investments and ensuring that investments made by property owners are protected, the zoning is only an indication of what may be done today. Tomorrow, with or without public consultation, the rules may be changed. Council's direction cannot be followed if it is unclear. In closing, I would like to say that I do admire Boyle Street Community Services and the people who work there. They are providing valuable services to people with complex social needs. Having said that, we must be mindful of the fact that they are a business. Boyle Street receives political and financial support from the City of Edmonton as well as from the province of Alberta. In 2022, Boyle Street Service Society reported revenues in excess of $37 million. Their narrative, submitted in support of this application, states that they have 15 locations in Edmonton and employ, I quote, 650 staff working in the registered charity and related social enterprises. They are a well-organized, well-funded corporation. We are just a group of neighbors trying to protect our community and our investments. On that note, I urge you to deny the permit and help us keep our community the vibrant, historically referenced urban village that we know and love. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Golick. I'll see if there's any questions arising from your presentation. Mr. Jones?
Thank you very much for your presentation. Could you describe what your property is? Is it residential or is it a business?
It's residential. It's a condo, a 4-story condo as allowed in the RA7 zone. And we're like 2 blocks at the corner of 81st Ave and 99th Street.
Okay, and you indicated you've been there about 15 years?
Yes, we've owned that property.
And you also indicated that you've noticed an increase in problems since the mustard seed facility opened,
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Ms. LaPearl?
Thank you for your presentation. You also mentioned that there was some existing social disorder happening in the area already, particularly from weekends or bars, and presumably people who have been consuming alcohol. So some of those crowds of people. Do you have any comments on how this development would interact with some of the things that are already occurring in the neighborhood? Like if there is some social disorder that you've noticed from the bars or on the weekends, what would the effect of this development be if it was also in the neighborhood?
I believe that my comment in that regard was related to the quote from Dr. Peel's study, where she noted that there had been, prior to establishment of their service, there had been minimal, occasional alcohol-fueled incidents. And the same thing, I mean, we are living 1 block away from White Avenue, and people transit back and forth. And it's an occasional thing, and there's altercations or whatever, and that's normal anywhere, and that's to be expected in a large city. The concern is that a small number of random incidents will be different when you have a focal point for people who have already purchased illegal drugs somewhere to bring them to your neighborhood and use them. And as cited in the statistics from the Calgary Center, that the 2 most frequently used substances are methamphetamine and fentanyl. So people will go and use these things. From what I understand, users tend to get agitated. So they will go in, they will consume these illegal substances, and then in an agitated state will then wander the neighborhood. It's not just a couple of drunks walking home from the bar on a Friday night. This is a whole different level.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that for me. I have one more question for you. We heard some discussion earlier about the entrances or ramps, whether they would be present, whether they would be required. Do you have any comments on where entrances may be on this development or ramps, the accessibility? Do you have any comments on that?
My comment would be, well, number one, it was obviously missed that if this is in fact a health service, it should be accessible. The other, so if in fact the entrance is at the front, it's not going to fit on the property if it's designed to the current code and the current standards. So it would be restricting the other pedestrians using that pedestrian-friendly front, right? So it would be encroaching there. And if it's put at the back, our alleys are not plowed in the winter. So unless the person requiring an accessible entrance is arriving by vehicle, and a vehicle with a pretty high clearance, because low clearance vehicles, and it's as stated, it's in the middle of the block. So our alleys are not plowed in the winter. I have an SUV with 19-inch wheels, and I can usually get through okay. But people with a car are not going to be able to get through. So someone that is is using some kind of mobility aid would not be able to go around on the sidewalk and navigate the alley to get through to an accessible entrance at the back. And then the idea, as mentioned by Ms. Agrios, of having people who have just consumed illegal substances released into a dark back alley doesn't make sense to me. But.
Ms. Solis.
You mentioned the mustard seed being nearby and some concerns about the effect of that facility on the neighborhood. And in your discussion, you said there already was another service in the neighborhood that served the houseless population. What evidence do you have that this facility would be serving houseless individuals?
The narrative that was submitted in support of this application stated that there would be what they're calling wraparound services, and one of the services they were including was and I can't remember exactly how they put it, but it was related to that.
Yeah, yes, I'm aware, they had
Yes,
a number of referral
Yes.
things that they were.
And so
providing.
employment counseling and all that. And many of these are, at least according to the Mustard Seed website, offered across the street and one block down.
Okay.
So that was my point,
Okay.
was that these types of services are being added, offered across the street. Yes, the Boyle Street application says that their primary service will be the overdose prevention site or supervised consumption service. That is their primary focus, but they're also saying that there will be what they call wraparound services that are similar to what are advertised at the Mustard Seed.
Okay, were you suggesting that Mustard Seed offers supervised consumption?
No, not at all.
Okay.
No, but they were approved for these things as a health service. That's my point, is they were a health service. They're aimed at a certain demographic, and there would certainly be, if people were looking for that kind of counseling, you don't need to be houseless to access that service. If you're looking for job counseling, you can go to the Mustard Seed. So my point is they are offering those kind of things just across the street.
Okay, I understand. Yeah, thank you.
Anything further, Ms. Solis?
No, that's all for me.
Any questions, Mr. Carbo?
Yeah, just one kind of follow-up. You did address the question of the facility like this needs to be placed throughout the city, not just in concentrated in one area. However, if were to be in your area, what would it look like if it were to work? What conditions would need to be in place for it to work in that area?
Well, I believe that there would need to be separation from the 3 daycares, from the seniors' apartments, from the gym that offers programming for kids, and I think that's a key part of it, is to look at it. I mean, we have separation distances for cannabis, for liquor stores, and we look at neighborhood impacts. There's nothing, and as Ms. Agrios noted, I don't believe this was ever envisioned when the bylaw was being crafted, and it deserves a second look for sure. What does the city, what do city residents want? What would enable this kind of service to be established in a neighborhood? What should we look at? I'm not an expert. I couldn't tell you for sure, but I can tell you that I do not believe that it is a good idea to have people who have been consuming fentanyl or methamphetamine walking the street by a daycare and a public park and a seniors facility, 3 daycares. It just, to me, doesn't make sense. That's me.
Thank you for that.
I have no further questions for you at this time, so we do thank you for your submissions. You will have a chance for rebuttal after we hear from everybody else. So at this time, I'll ask you to just have a seat back.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Golek was reading from a lengthy submission. Would it be possible to get an email copy of that for our coordinator?
Could we get a copy of your submissions, just for the record?
Yes.
We'll just get you to email that to sdab@edmonton.ca if you could.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Next up on the list, we have James Fufus. And I believe Jennifer Fufus is on virtually as well, so we'll give her an opportunity to speak as well once you conclude your remarks.
She was just attending as an observer, I believe, because she is actually...
Okay, she does not want to speak?
We can, no, I...
We'll double check with her. I won't get you in any trouble, don't worry. I won't.
It wasn't part of the plan.
All right.
Hi, it's Jennifer. I don't want to speak.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you for letting us know. The floor is yours, Mr. Fufus.
Okay, sure. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I appreciate being able to share my concerns regarding the planned overdose prevention site in West Ritchie. My name is James Fufus. As a property owner of a mixed-use building immediately adjacent to the planned Boyle Street site, I have strived to make this building a safe and welcoming location for retail and residential tenants in pursuit of a vision as outlined in the Strathcona Area Redevelopment Plan. In addition to 2 retail units, a multi-unit living space has provided a safe and secure spot for predominantly young students and people who work and live in this part of West Ritchie, a historically significant, vibrant, and safe neighborhood. This combined residential, commercial, and pedestrian-friendly street will lose what many have strived to achieve over the last decade if this proposed site is granted permission to move forward. The development will disrupt the security and enjoyment of neighboring residents and businesses, as well as vulnerable populations, including a number of daycares with over 220 licensed children's spaces within a short distance from the site, as well as seniors who have residences and frequent the area. A study published in the Journal of Comprehensive Psychiatry in 2009 highlights the prevalence of psychotic symptoms amongst chronic users of amphetamine, cocaine, cannabis, and opiates. The article finds a majority of users dependent on illicit substances experience psychotic symptoms in the context of use of or withdrawal from these substances. Psychotic symptoms increase with the severity of the substance use disorders for all 4 substances. Similarly, the American Psychiatric Association Diagnostic and Statistical Manual for Mental Disorders defines substance medication-induced psychotic disorder as the presence of delusions or hallucinations with symptoms occurring soon after intoxication or withdrawal of a substance or soon after exposure to a medication. And finally, from the International Journal of Clinical Practice in 2008, the article mentions that substance use disorders are also associated with treatment non-adherence, which is well known to increase the risk of violence in outpatients with serious mental illness. The purpose of bringing forward these articles is to reinforce that any proposed development which requires a full-time security guard to perform hourly walks around the block and a crew to conduct neighborhood garbage and needle debris pickup multiple times during the week is clearly going to have a negative impact on public safety and the use, enjoyment, and value of the surrounding area, as well as open the door to potential violent confrontations with vulnerable populations and detract from the desirability of the area for investment, residents, and visitors. In November of 2021, the City of Edmonton began the process of updating the zoning of 81st Avenue in West Ritchie in the Charter Bylaw 19988. In the Council report on the bylaw, The stated purpose of this update was to update the existing historic West Ritchie DC1 direct control provision to allow for more business opportunities such as convenience retail stores, breweries, wineries, distilleries, cannabis retail sales, markets, and special events. I would like to draw your attention to the words business opportunities. The proposed overdose prevention site is not a business opportunity and should not be allowed for this reason. The council report document also states that the only response received from the community was a document from the Old Strathcona Business Association. None of the business owners, property owners, or residents in the area opposed this rezoning because we were under the impression this update would allow for more business opportunities in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. This proposed overdose prevention site does not comply with the character of the updated zoning and should not be allowed. In the DC1 bylaw document, the general purposes for the update states the provision creates a unique pedestrian commercial shopping district. Again, this is redundant with what has been stated. Section 7.5 reinforces the requirement to maintain a pedestrian-friendly environment for all seasons. Having patrons to this establishment congregate outside the building in or near proximity to the building does not encourage a pedestrian-friendly environment. Intoxicated individuals arriving or leaving and interacting with visitors also does not create a pedestrian-friendly environment. Furthermore, the approved site plans do not meet the requirements of Section 8.2 of the bylaw. Loading, storage, and trash collection areas shall be located at the rear of the principal building and shall be screened from view from the adjacent sites and public roadways. You'll see some images eventually here, but definitely the spacing is what I question with regards to the screening. The approved site plans also do not meet the requirements of Section 8.2 of the bylaw. Sorry, I'm repeating myself. Section 8.6 states that all existing and proposed surface parking shall be screened from view from adjacent sites using methods such as landscaping, fencing, and other materials. The approved site does not include provisions for any areas for trash collection, loading, storage, or surface parking, which is screened from view from any adjacent sites. Considering the 3 allocated parking stalls cover almost the entire back of the property, I don't see where a fence or screened area could fit. There are no plans for fencing or barriers at the rear of the building to mitigate the flow of pedestrian traffic towards the proposed location from the alley. There are also no plans to provide congregating areas at the principal entrance, which means patrons will congregate directly in front of neighboring businesses. Both the front and rear areas of the property abut adjacent well-established businesses and residential units. The proposed overdose prevention site on 81st Avenue does not meet the requirements of the DC1 zoning. It is not business or commercial in nature. It does not add to the unique pedestrian commercial shopping district environment of the street, and it does not have adequate screening or congregating areas in the plans. The purpose, activities, and impacts of the proposed development and use do not align with the DC1 zoning. This development should not be permitted for these reasons. And this is something that's been mentioned previously as well, but over the course of Boyle Street's minimal public engagement, there have been changes to whether the facility will have a front or rear access for the patrons entering and exiting the site. The approved development permit documents show front entrance, which meets the requirements of the DC1 updated zoning bylaws, Section 7.2, where a commercial use is provided at ground level, abutting a public roadway other than a lane. The principal entrance shall have direct external access to the adjacent public sidewalk. However, Section 7.10 further adds to this, stating that where a commercial use is provided at ground level abutting a public roadway other than a lane, the principal entrance shall be designed for universal accessibility. And this is somewhat redundant. The front door access Boyle Street added in the late stages of consultation does not follow the Alberta guidelines for barrier-free access. The rise from the city sidewalk to the finished floor at the principal entrance exceeds 12 inches. As the entry is at or near the property line, it would not be possible to add the ramp to access the building from the front entrance without a variance and encroachment on the pedestrian sidewalk. To access the front of the building from the dedicated handicap parking space in the rear of the building over 100 feet away, patrons would have to navigate the narrow passageway between properties as well as traverse a steep grade at the front of the building. Additionally, there is a utility meter restriction mid-passage on the one side that would not allow easy transit of a wheelchair, person on crutches, or with any other type of mobility issues at this point. In the passageway, access is restricted to 29 inches. These passageways are not adequately sized to serve as a corridor to the main entrance. The importance of this lies in the reality that many of those battling addiction may have mental health issues as well as physical limitations. Additionally, the proposed site will have AHS employees and does not follow the standards set out in the January 18th Physical Security Guidelines and Standards for Government of Alberta Facilities. These guidelines should be considered for the protection of the public, employees, and patrons. The guidelines reference appropriate setbacks, required congregating areas, lines of sight, security barriers and fencing, and appropriate separations with neighboring buildings to ensure safety. With 3 neighboring daycares, local seniors, residents, and frequent visitors to this mixed-use area, it is the responsibility of decision-makers to take this into consideration. Given that this is a location where extended medical services are to be offered, in addition to the mentioned security guidelines, it is also critical that the facility provide barrier-free access. At this time, the approved site plan does not meet the requirements of the DC-1 zoning guidelines, and so a permit should not have been granted. If the facility is to meet any of these guidelines, it will require variances, and so should not have been given a Class A development permit. I did provide some pictures as part of my submission that will show some of the concerns about the barrier-free access. I think we've covered that quite a bit today. I'd like to also mention the proximity of the main entrance to the residential units that I have, and the proximity to the alleyway access, which would be, it's in the attached pictures as well. Essentially, where the alleyway entrance is for the restricted access passageway is within feet of the primary entrance to the residential units. And again, these residential units are predominantly younger people, bachelor suites. There's 4 of them in the building and 2 retail businesses. So I've been at the location for approximately 10 years, and when it comes to impacts, I'm quite concerned about needle debris, the potential for interactions with, again, often the residents will be single female students in the building or young people, and I'm concerned about potential violent interactions. And so I believe that that would be a departure from what we've seen over the last number of years. And again, any impacts that we've seen have been related, in my opinion, to the arrival of the mustard seed location, which is a supportive housing unit. But again, that's not, I mean, this site being immediately adjacent to the building is concerning, and that's what I have to say about it, for sure. I'm concerned about the violent interactions, and one of the things I'd like to mention is I did have an opportunity to look at the data that was supplied by Boyle Street regarding the convention center, and I ran the numbers on the wraparound service component of that. And I think it was previously mentioned, but 8,600 visits. All of the referrals to clients in that particular instance, every single one of the categories of referral are below 1%. Only one primary care category is 1.8% of the number of visits. Every single other referral for the clients was below 1% for the period between November 16 and April 30th, 2021. and I'm just basing it on the data that was submitted from the respondents. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll see if there's any questions arising from your presentation. Go ahead, Ms. Solis.
You're mentioning, and others have as well, the potential for impeding the pedestrian use traffic through the area or on the sidewalk, and the potential for congregating in front of not only that storefront, but because it's narrow, in front of the neighboring storefronts or in front of the mixed-use building that you're particularly, that's yours. I'm wondering if you've done any inquiry into whether the supervised consumption sites tend to have people congregating in front of them waiting to go in, because obviously inside, as you can see, there's a small waiting area, and there's a few booths for the consumption, and then an area for observation. So it would be a relatively smallish number of people inside at any one time, and I think there's an examination room or two. Do you know if in the other areas of other consumption sites, whether there is congregation outside and impeding sidewalk traffic or and otherwise interfering with the normal activity of the other businesses and residences in the area?
Well, my first comment, I think, is that I've looked at the studies from the other sites, and the volume that they anticipate, 30 attendees a day, does not jive with what has happened historically. We expect well in excess of 100 based on other studies, for example, Lethbridge and other locations. I did have the opportunity, when I found out about the development, to go and observe the George Spady as well as the Radius run operation downtown Edmonton, and I do notice that they do have setbacks and they do have congregating areas, and there are individuals in those areas. I also observed what appeared to be people sitting consuming drugs on the front stairs to those facilities, predominantly smoking, perhaps methamphetamine. I don't know, I'm not a drug expert, but I also, it appeared that people were potentially doing drug deals in the parking lot, or like this space immediately in front of the George Spady. And again, this is just from my observations when I went by because I honestly wanted to understand it better. But one thing that was definitely visible to me is there are fenced areas, there seems to be secure entrances, buzzed in or not, on those facilities, but setbacks and congregating spaces. This location does not have any of those. So it seems to me that they were, I'm not talking specifically to zoning. I think we've talked about that and the appropriateness of that aspect of it, or the DC1, but just looking at the facilities themselves, they're not a storefront. They seem to have barriers and restriction points, which I can only envision would relate to the security. And if I can mention, within the last year, there were 2 individuals at Radius. It was in the news that they got into a knife fight as users within the facility. So how do you protect both the staff and potentially that spilling onto a public street is my concern.
Okay, thank you very much. And while you're here, sort of a related question, the other health service that's serving the houseless population by Mustard Seed, sort of, I don't know, kitty corner from this facility, as I understand it from looking at the maps. Is there congregating there currently?
There is definitely congregating, and that facility has what appears to be a setback. So it's not right against the street as in the proposed site. It has a setback, but there are large numbers of individuals congregating, especially at certain times of the day, like meal times, for example. But that is isolated to immediately in front of their building, but it does restrict some of the transit. There are businesses on that side of the street as well that, you know, it's difficult to navigate that sidewalk. Now that setback, I don't know the specifics. I haven't looked at the lot plan, but it doesn't have any separation. It's kind of a sidewalk with a small bump in and then the door to the entrance.
And it is a corner site?
It is,
right.
Actually this...
Or not?
It's kind of, no, there is another corner location there.
Okay.
It's just one block, like half a block in, but there's an undeveloped lot. So there is actually a lot of congregating in the undeveloped space right next to it. So there's White Avenue, then there's the A&W, which many people know on White Avenue. There's a restaurant, and then there's an empty kind of space or parking lot. There's a lot of congregating in that space, but it's immediately next to the, it is an empty lot, but I do see the congregating for sure.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Solis. Any further questions? Seeing none, I have none for you either at this time, Mr. Fufas, so we thank you for your submissions.
Thank you.
And at this time, we will break for lunch. So I'll ask everybody to please return for this hearing at 1:15. 1:15, we will...
So, Mr. Chairman, this room will be locked. If everyone can please grab their things.
Please grab all of your belongings and return here at 1:15, and we'll continue with the hearing at that time. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We will continue with the submission of the appellants. Next up, we have Murray Heinrich. And you may proceed.
Good afternoon. And I have to be the guy that has to speak to you right after lunch. It's the worst position for a speaker, as a lot of you know. So good afternoon. I'm Murray Heinrich, and I would like to thank the members of the board for your efforts in considering the implications on the community posed by the development of an illegal drug use site in Ritchie. I would like to express my appreciation to finally being able to provide feedback for the project. Unfortunately, this is the first opportunity for public comment on the plague which is proposed to be released in our community. My family has had a condo in Ritchie for over 15 years. We could have purchased anywhere in the city, but chose Ritchie because of the character of the community. We'd carefully reviewed the City of Edmonton planning documents for the area. The intent of the Strathcona Area Redevelopment Plan, as amended in 2011, is for the area to build on West Ritchie's existing qualities so that it can become a vibrant, historically referenced urban village with quality urban design and architecture. Since my wife and I purchased a condo there in 2007, much progress has been made. We have new retail and residential buildings, as well as long-established businesses and homes. The continued positive evolution of our neighborhood, as it has changed over the past 15 years, is now threatened by the proposed development. 6 months ago, I must be honest, I was unaware of the issues surrounding illegal drug sites. On evening news, I saw the human devastation and absolute failure of illegal drug sites in Lethbridge, Calgary, Red Deer, and Grand Prairie. Then, in December, I read a news article in the Edmonton Journal about an illegal drug use site to be developed in Ritchie. I then discovered that it was in my neighborhood, just a block away. Apparently, Boyle Street conducted a public information session at the University of Alberta. I'm not aware of the invitation criteria or process that was being used, but since we received such short notice, we were unable to attend. Boyle Street neglected to provide any information about the illegal drug use site which was being considered. A second information session was held in February at the Ritchie Hall. Boyle Street intended to stage their information about the drug site and then allow residents to individually talk to stakeholder agencies like Boyle Street, EMS, and EPS. We were disappointed that Boyle Street had hired a media consultant, who I believe was a former city councillor, to manage us, to manage the residents. Boyle Street had not been intending on answering any questions from the community, but they quickly learned that such a tactic was not acceptable to the attendees. Boyle Street has not conducted any meaningful consultation with the members of the community. Rather than engage and consult, they have chosen to just tell us what they are going to do. Particularly appalling is their lack of engagement with the residents and businesses within the neighborhood who are directly impacted by the drug site. Their approach to public engagement would be an embarrassment to any organization. Our government representatives have been unresponsive to inquiries about the illegal drug use site. CTV News asked our local city councillor, Jans, about the community concerns about the establishment of the site. Usually, the councillor is happy to interact with the media. In this case, he defiantly said that it is a provincial matter and he walked away. The councillor is yet to respond to emails and letters, despite his obligation to represent all citizens in his ward. Neither the Mayor of Edmonton, Director of Planning, or City Manager have responded to questions which I raised in emails and letters. Residents had the opportunity to attend a public hearing on the zoning of the property intended for the illegal drug use site. However, the council and administration both made it very clear that they were only deciding on the zoning, not how it would be implemented. Our MLA Notley has not responded to my emails or letters, and she has been silent on the matter. In short, our elected officials have been absent in public discourse about challenges that are going to be faced by residents and business within the affected community. Rather than representing their constituents, they appear to follow the lead of the proponent. In our country, laws are enacted by municipal, provincial, and federal governments. It is generally understood that legislation enacted by a higher level of government will supersede those of the lower levels of government. The Parliament of Canada has enacted the Criminal Code of Canada and the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. Boyle Street is asking this board to approve a site for the use of illegal drugs. You must accept that the drug addicts using this site will have to buy their illegal drugs from somewhere and possess the same drugs as they make their way to the illegal drug use site. I understand that their purchase of drugs is typically done on the street through their engagement with persons trafficking in drugs, which are prohibited by the Act. So, before the drug addict enters the illegal drug use site, two crimes have already occurred: possession and trafficking. The drug trafficker will logically establish his operation in Ritchie, in close proximity to the legal drug use site. It is likely that the trafficking will meet the needs of the addicts as well as other customers who will be attracted to the Ritchie Boyle Street drug marketplace. Trafficking is an offense under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. Following the purchase of illegal drugs, the addicts must make their way through Ritchie to the illegal drug use site. Their possession of the illegal drugs is also an offense under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. I understand the province of Alberta has the ability to exempt drug use sites from the Criminal Code offenses. So when the addict enters the facility, the trafficking, possession, and use of listed drugs magically becomes permissible, and they are non-arrestable at that point in time. I think it must be acknowledged that the illegal drug use site will enable the upstream offenses of drug trafficking and possession contrary to the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. This is not a health service. Health services do not enable illegal activities. Health services do not require security and community cleanup. The SDAB must seriously consider their decision regarding the illegal drug use site. To approve the site, you must acknowledge that the crimes of drug trafficking and possession of drugs will then be sanctioned in the Ritchie community. The drug use site simply can't operate without illegal activities occurring in the neighborhood. As such, the SDAB must accept that they may be considered as complicit by endorsing drug trafficking and possession in the neighborhood. Does the SDAB have the jurisdiction and authority to issue a development permit to allow an illegal drug use site and knowingly approve the associated crimes of trafficking and possession of drugs? The contents of the Alberta Municipal Government Act should be reviewed by the City of Edmonton and this board. The very first clause of that act states that the purpose of a municipality is to develop and maintain safe and viable communities and to foster the economic development of the municipality. This serves as the keystone for all municipal services and operations, including the creation of this board. This provincial law is not optional, and municipalities are expected to comply with the Act and its regulations. This should be the cornerstone of all decisions made by the city and this board. The decisions to approve an illegal drug site will create safety issues, depression of community viability, and downturn of economic development. As such, it would then be contrary to the Municipal Government Act, to which we are all bound. I expect that Boyle Street will assure you that they're going to mitigate the anticipated impacts on our neighborhood. They've talked about picking up needles around the facility, security guards around the facility, public information, having addicts enter from the alley, and now I understand maybe from the front, we don't really know, and working with the EPS, EMS, and fire to address the increase in activity in our community. These tactics show an obvious acknowledgement that the illegal drug use site will have a negative impact on public safety. Why must the residents endure a situation which could simply be avoided by having this board reject the development? If the SDAB endorses the illegal drug injection site, the community will face a degradation of public safety and economic viability. The city will then be faced trying to solve the same issues encountered in Chinatown, Rogers Place, and other drug use sites across our province. The whole situation can be avoided with the rejection of the development. The illegal drug use site is not compatible with the intent of the Strathcona Area Redevelopment Plan, nor the character and amenities of the neighborhood. If approved, this development would invite people to our neighborhood to sell and consume illegal drugs. Once impaired, they would walk our streets and alleys, interacting with area residents and visitors. The area would subsequently become an obvious destination for dealers of illegal substances seeking new clients, bringing another criminal element. I don't profess to be knowledgeable on the use of illegal drugs. Given that, it was incumbent upon me to seek current and relevant information in order to educate myself. I turned to Alberta Health and their report entitled Impact, a Socio-Economic Review of Supervised Consumption Sites in Alberta. For your convenience, I have submitted this report to the SDAB for your review. This report was authored by an eminent group of esteemed expert Albertans who evaluated the issue in great depth. I believe that their conclusions are worthy consideration by the SDAB as you strive to understand the implication on safety and economic issues which will be faced by the Ritchie community. The committee was comprised of experts in business, real estate, population economics, social demography, research ethics, lived experience, addiction and recovery, harm reduction, First Nations health, mental health, trauma, pain management, law enforcement, crime reduction, and justice. These were all Albertans, and some of you may know some of the people that were on that board. I have no doubt that some of the 650 employees of Boyle Street have been working hard to discredit this report, which was developed by experts using appropriate methodology. Boyle Street is likely to say they got it all wrong. I have full confidence in this Government of Alberta report, rather the information fed to us by our good neighbors at Boyle Street. The committee found that stakeholder feedback suggested that safe consumption sites had a negative social and economic impact on the community. After analyzing the individual items from the many qualitative data sources, the committee found that concerns fell within 8 categories or themes: public safety, general social disorder, consultation communication issues, appropriateness of current response, concerns with access to treatment, homelessness, economic impacts on property and businesses, and lastly, concerns with site operations. In the interest of brevity, I'm only going to address one bullet, and that's the public safety side. And I'm just going to offer you a very, very short excerpt from the expert panel. This is what they said. A preponderance of evidence provided by area residents and officials demonstrates that criminal activity near SCS has increased. Residents at every location informed the committee that the SCS sites acts as a magnet, attracting persons who are addicted to substances, whether they consume the substances at that site or not. It was reported that increased concentration of drug users also attract drug dealers, who in turn attract more drug users. SCS, therefore, are assumed to geographically concentrate the street-level drug market and other criminal activities. The committee found that to be credible. Another major public safety issue identified was harassment in public areas. This was a concern raised by the residents in SCS neighborhoods, as well as business owners and their customers. Many residents, including minors, reported being approached for money, panhandling, solicited for prostitution, or being subject to verbal or physical assaults and intimidation. Numerous residents complained about drug users urinating or defecating on their property or in front of their businesses, as well as uttering profanities or making rude gestures to community members and patrons of the local business. Many reported that this resulted in a fear of using public spaces or supporting the businesses in the area. Parks, public libraries, stores, and restaurants were reported as either not being used or were being used far less than previously by community members, especially by children and the elderly. So I encourage each member of the SDAB to review the full report from the Government of Alberta Expert Committee on the community impact of SCS. And again, for your convenience, I've included it in my presentation. I'm retired and I'm on a pension. I had to pay a fee to be able to talk to you today and present my views. So even this hearing has been established to restrict public comment. I don't have the funds to hire legal representation. I don't have any suits behind me at all that are backing up what I say or how I say it. There are likely many community members who lack the funds for the application to appeal and the ability to take off work. It is very difficult for an individual like myself to oppose a large, well-funded organization like Boyle Street. Boyle Street is comprised of 6 corporations, 650 staff, and an annual funding of $37 million. The prospect of an illegal drug site in Ritchie, quite honestly, has had one positive result. Members of the community have gotten together with a common goal of making Ritchie a safe and prosperous neighborhood. The SCONA Concerned Citizens has united the residents and businesses in this area. My grandfather used to tell me to pay attention to people with skin in the game. the people who are directly affected by an issue. The people without skin in the game are just agendas and background. The Scona Concerned Citizens is comprised of residents and businesses with skin in the game, and I urge your careful consideration of their concerns and issues. Boyle Street has provided letters of support from many respected doctors who took the time to write to this tribunal. That in itself I find to be remarkable. I can't even find a family doctor. My question is, do any of them have skin in the game? I know they see the tragedy of drugs on a daily basis and want to do something about it. But would they or Boyle Street staff live next door to an illegal drug use site? Would they be okay with their children, grandchildren, and parents interacting with drug traffickers and drug addicts every day? Would they have their children in a daycare next door? Would they go to a restaurant down the street? Many ordinary, hardworking Albertans have invested millions of dollars in their homes and businesses in the West Ritchie area. Inviting people to our neighborhood for the sole purpose of purchasing and consuming illegal substances devalues the investment by residential and business owners by making the area less attractive to future purchasers or developers, as well as the current clients. The public safety issues will have a dramatic impact on the lifestyles and well-being of the residents and business. There will be a profound impact on the economic viability of our community. West Ritchie has changed for the better over the past 15 years. I believe that the proposed drug site would change the character of 81st Avenue for the worse and would discourage future investment by individuals or businesses. This facility, if approved, would be operating in a mixed commercial residential area with daycares, businesses, senior citizens complex in the immediate vicinity. I estimate that at least 1,000 men, women, and children would be impacted on a daily basis by this site. I urge the SDAB to carefully consider the future impacts to my neighborhood prior to making such an impactful decision to endorse the use and trafficking of drugs in Ritchie. I have to share the development officer's official comments for this illegal drug use site. It states that it is the opinion of the development officer that the proposed Strathcona Health Hub does not duly interfere with the amenities of the neighborhood nor affect the use, enjoyment, or value of neighboring properties. What metrics did the development officer use to arrive at that conclusion? Was there any public meetings? Was there any public engagement? Are there any policies, procedures to determine the effects of the site? Is there a checklist, a manual that must be used to make that determination? Was Boyle Street their only source of information? Could the development officer provide the documentation which supports the conclusion that was made? The comments continue with another outrageous statement. The use provides a safe outpatient facility for people requiring medical services. I'm very surprised that the use of illegal drugs is considered a medical service. If this is the position of the City of Edmonton, it would seem to me that all of the bars along White Avenue are providing health services to patrons who are alcoholic. I would like to take a minute to review a critical issue from earlier. I think it must be acknowledged that the illegal drug use site will enable upstream offenses of drug trafficking and possession contrary to the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. This is not a health service. Health services do not enable illegal activities. Health services do not require security and community cleanup. I would like to leave the SDAB by reiterating the contents of the Alberta Municipal Government Act. The very first clause, in other words, just number 1 in this act, which demonstrates its importance, is to develop and maintain safe and viable communities and to foster the economic development of the municipality. This law is not optional, it applies to all municipalities and all operations. It should be the cornerstone of all decisions made by the city and this group. The decisions to approve an illegal drug use site will create safety issues, depression of the community, and downturn of economic development, and as such would be contrary to the Municipal Government Act. Folks, we do not want Boyle Street security guards and needle pickup day in our community. The illegal drug use site in Ritchie will become a destination for drug addicts, drug traffickers, and other criminal elements. Any reasonable person would reach the conclusion that the illegal drug use site will have a negative impact on our community. The impact will be irreversible, and the community will be in a downward spiral as businesses, residents, families all leave Ritchie due to the decline in public safety. I must say that today I was very encouraged that the new Minister of Health and Addictions made a statement just recently within the last few days. And I think that his statement is shared by most Albertans. Anyways, the minister said, "Our vision for Alberta is one where families have an opportunity to live in a healthy community, in healthy communities that are free of illicit drugs, drug use, and trafficking." Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of my family and the others with skin in the game, I believe that the SDAB must take a stand for public safety and community viability and just say no to drugs. It's nothing new. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. I'll see if there's any questions arising from your presentation. Seeing none, we thank you for your submissions.
Thank you.
And you may have a seat. And we will now hear from...
Mr. Chairman, I noticed the party was reading from a submission. If I could get a email copy, that would be appreciated.
Mr. Heinrich, are you able to email us that submission? Okay, sdab@edmonton.ca, please. And we'll now hear from Nathan Lau. Mr. Lau, you may unmute yourself, and the floor is yours. Mr. Lau, are you there? Mr. Lau, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you currently. There might be an issue with your audio. It appears that you're currently muted, Mr. Lau. I'm going to try one more time, and if you happen to have stepped away from your computer, we will hear from the next appellant. Okay, we will circle back to Mr. Lau. We'll next check with Tina Lockstadt. Are you available, Ms. Lockstadt? I do not see her. Has she left? Okay. Then we will hear from Shelley Chen. Ms. Chen, are you available? Perfect. The floor is yours. We cannot hear you though. Try again.
Can you hear me now?
We sure can.
Okay, great. Thank you. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today at this appeal hearing on the development permit for the Strathcona Health Service Hub in West Ritchie, located at 101-19 81st Avenue, with the intended primary purpose of a supervised safe injection site. So I am speaking on behalf of myself, a residential property owner that is located directly across the alleyway of the proposed location, and on behalf of my elderly senior mother who resides and owns a separate residential unit in the same building. So we are located directly across the alleyway on 80th Avenue. It's on the same property block. The building is the address is 101-16 80th Avenue. We both have direct view of the back of the proposed location. My mother has owned and lived in her property for almost 20 years. And I've owned my property for 17 years and resided at more than 16 of those years. I've just recently rented it out to tenants this year. My mother is not here because I'm speaking on her behalf, as English is her second language. I am already in agreement with what has already been presented by the earlier appellants. So I'm not going to repeat most of what the arguments has already been presented. So I hope I'm brief. Rather, I want to focus on the potential public safety concerns that I myself have and on behalf of my mother. What the supervised safe injection site will have on our livelihood. So my mother, as stated, is a senior. She is nearing close to 80 years of age, and she is always and currently still walks daily within the neighborhood. She takes public transit from 82nd Avenue. So she does all this walking and takes the public transport to obtain her material needs, such as groceries. Over the years that we have lived on the property, the area has become more vibrant. We've seen additional services that my mother has been able to access by walking. With the proposed supervised safe injection site so close to our properties, we have concerns that the area will become unsafe and threatened by the increased congregation of individuals within the block and pathways to which my mother walks to either take the transit or get her groceries. If this truly is a health service hub, there should not be any congregation outside the hub, and no one should be afraid to pass its entryway. As presented by Ms. Agrios, there is a railway with fencing all along 102nd Street from 82nd Avenue southwards. So one cannot walk west of 102nd Street from 80th Avenue. So in particular, my mother cannot go to the grocery store in Old Strathcona by walking from her avenue west. So instead, she has to go to 82nd Avenue North, so passes 81st Avenue, and either takes the public transit from there or walks along 82nd Avenue to the grocery store. She cannot go south, as she would have to walk to 99th Street to the east, then to 63rd Avenue, and then back north in an industrial area. So you can imagine that is not very convenient or safe from a pedestrian point of view, not to mention much too far for an elderly senior. On Boyle Street's website regarding the Health Hub, it explicitly states, and I quote, "The Health Hub is strictly for service users to access the on-site services available. Once the service has been accessed, the client will be expected to leave." So I ask, where will individuals go after they have consumed illegal drugs when the general effects of using these illegal drugs last beyond the time the person is permitted to remain on and inside the hub? So as already presented by my fellow appellants, there is no space in front of the building for individuals to congregate except on the public sidewalks or in front of neighboring buildings and businesses. In the back of the building, or the proposed hub, if that's where the main entrance will be, there also would be no space for congregation except in the alleyway, directly in view of our residents. So, should businesses where all this congregation is occurring start to leave the area due to potential increased crime, due to potential drug trafficking, and reduced perceived safety, access to business services for my mother will be also reduced, to which she accesses. I mentioned earlier that I just recently rented out my property, so I did live there for more than 16 years. I do have concerns that I would be unable to find suitable tenants in the future, especially who may have children, due to these safety concerns, and particularly congregation and increased individuals on illegal drugs within the neighborhood, and that being potentially also, that block being an illegal drug destination, as my other fellow appellant has mentioned. Finally, I just want to express that my mother, prior to 2017, regularly frequent Edmonton's Chinatown. But since the existing supervised safe injection sites have been located in that neighborhood, over time, she's witnessed more social disorder and congregation in Chinatown. And therefore, at present, she no longer goes there. She does not go to Chinatown because of the congregation of individuals who have consumed illegal drugs, as she fears for her safety, potential harassments, or potential altercations. I do not want my mother to have that same fear where she lives. This, for her not to go to Chinatown, is considerably significant for a person of Chinese descent. So I urge you to deny development permit on this street. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Chen. We'll see if there's any questions arising from your presentation. Seeing none, we thank you again for appearing before us today. You may mute yourself once again, and we'll check in with Mr. Lau. Mr. Lau, are you here? You appear to still be muted, so we'll then hear from Mr. Bly.
Thank you. Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak to you today. As said, my name is Rob Bly, and for over 30 years, my family has owned Klondike Insurance Agencies, which is a business and a building on 81st Avenue at about 101st Street and directly across from the proposed health hub. We've invested in that building and in that business and now employ almost 27 people, and except for 3, they're all female. They all work from our office on 81st Avenue. And in our opinion, our employee and our client safety is in jeopardy. Our property value and the business itself will all be negatively affected by the proposed street drug consumption site. I'm also here as a founding member of SCONA Concerned Citizens, which was mentioned earlier. And this is a group of local residents, employees, business owners, and others that care deeply about Old Strathcona, and specifically about 81st Avenue. What makes it remarkable is, while there are several of us on the call, there are over 100 people that are in that group. And they're people that have a vested interest because they created this tremendous success in this great neighborhood that's being discussed today. I won't go through all of them, but they are people like Shelley who bought condominiums, they live in seniors' homes, they own businesses, they've renovated old buildings, they built new buildings, and many created destination attractions that Edmontonians enjoy. SCONA Concerned Citizens also represents over 1,100 people who signed our petition asking that Boyle Street find a better and more appropriate location. And so it is a very large group that is opposed to this establishment of a health hub, including a street drug consumption site. Now, I really want to be clear because I think it's important. We're not opposed to helping people with drug addiction. We know it's a problem. It's a societal issue we all have to address. But we do feel very strongly that you should not destroy vibrant communities in doing so, decreasing public safety, increasing crime, including what's proven to be violent crime when these things take place. So our overall ask, of course, is that the SDAB reject the approved development application for reasons I'd like to discuss in just a minute. As background, I just wanted to tell you that when I first learned about Marbles, which was a beauty salon being converted into a site for illegal street drugs, I spoke to a lot of residents and business owners. And almost everyone that I spoke to was opposed to the street drug consumption. A few weren't sure because mostly they hadn't heard of it and didn't understand anything about the detail. The primary reasons, though, that unify this group is a very big concern with public safety, a concern with an increase in crime, and a concern on the revitalization and redevelopment of our neighborhood stopping and being halted by a lack of reinvestment. Now, many of these people had horrific personal experiences lately and, with homeless people and drug addicts specifically. And I want to mention a couple because they bring reality to it, not just statistics. There's a restaurant owner who lost personal property stolen out of her car while she was a few feet away, helping her elderly father carry food into the restaurant. There's a gymnasium owner who cites that regularly people come into her business high on drugs and have stolen things, her personal property, merchandise. But of more concern, she hosts children's birthday parties and has literally had food stolen off the table in front of these children. There's a hair salon owner who had a drug addict repeatedly try to get into their fortunately locked doors. And during treatment with one of her patients, one of her clients having a haircut, and thankfully they were unsuccessful getting in. However, with frustration, they undressed on the doorstep, took all their clothes off, masturbated, and ejaculated on their front door. And that's all captured on video cameras. And it all happened before the police could get there. That's had a very traumatic effect on her and her clients. And I can't even imagine what would have happened if he got in. And there are many others that I've talked to that have cited cleaning up needles and drug paraphernalia, cleaning up human excrement from their doorways, and of being harassed getting to their cars. Now, you're going to ask, and rightfully so, isn't this before the center opened? Each of these individuals and many more cited that these things have happened with a very dramatic increase in crime, decline in public safety that's occurred in the last year since not only the Mustard Seed opened, but especially in the last year since the Mustard Seed and several nearby churches have opened overnight shelters and drop-in centers. So it's very clear that people who have a need come to the areas that provide those services, and that has resulted in a marked increase not only in the number of homeless people, but the number of addicts in our neighborhood, the number of encampments, and the issues that the people that live there have had. So it's of great concern that another similar facility would consider opening, in particular, one that offers, street drug consumption sites. As a result, SCONA Concerned Citizens wanted to make sure that we understood the situation. And so we did a lot of work. We actually put together a whole binder of information. I couldn't submit it electronically. If James is there, he's one of my colleagues. I think he may have a copy of the binder. I don't know if we can submit it to the board. If not, then I'll just describe what's in it for now. And if you'd like to see a copy, be pleased to provide it. But in it is an impact map that assesses the risks that are around the health hub. And I did submit that separately, and we'll go through it. There are also more than 60 letters that have been written to officials and decision makers telling them about community members' concerns with what was going on and their opposition to the site. And then there is a copy of our petition, which has over 1,100 signatures of people who oppose the location on 81st Avenue. And when you look at the numbers, about 400 of these are on pen and paper and a little over 800 that have been online. All of these asks are targeted at one thing, asking to find a better location for this site. And it is very obvious to me, at least, that the people in the immediate neighborhood are opposed and substantially opposed to it. So my development permit specific ask is based on three primary issues, and you've heard about them, but I'll describe them briefly. One is there's unmitigable risks and impacts of the site being located in such a highly dense neighborhood where the types of people there are vulnerable too, but people that work, live, and play in the immediate area. Secondly, a street drug consumption site with illegal drugs consumed is definitely not a health service, and no reasonable person reading the city definition or the provincial definition would conclude that it is. And the third one is that it will indeed cause damage to neighboring properties, losses to businesses, and detract from the rightful enjoyment of the neighborhood by people who live there and other people. So if I talk for a few minutes about unmitigable risks and the impact, to assess this, Scona Concerned Citizens studied the actual makeup of our neighborhood. We looked at who lives there and by building who is present in the neighborhood today. And there's an aerial map that I provided for the board's consideration. I'm not sure if we can show that.
I believe we can. That's your health.
It's the first page of what I submitted. Yeah.
Okay, Madam Clerk, if we can please put up Health Hub Impact and Risks. It's in the appellant's folder.
Thank you. Well, maybe, yeah, well, hopefully you can see it. I'll try to explain it. So what we plotted on this map was, first of all, the drug consumption site in red. It's in the middle of the page and pointed to by a red arrow. Then we noted other areas and people that would be vulnerable to some of the things that might go on that you've heard about. And in particular, there are 4 daycares in the immediate vicinity shown in yellow. There are 9 or more children's activity centers, which are shown in orange. And a little further away, across 82nd Avenue in blue, are elementary schools. And closer to the health hub are seniors housing locations. And what's also notable is the hub is right in the middle of many residences, apartments, condos, houses, and multifamily dwellings. On the second page, if you could go to it, it might make it a little easier to understand, or something you can look at later along the top right there. And it basically shows that within 500 meters, there are 3 daycares with 220 licensed spaces. By the way, if you go out another 120 meters, there are 4 daycares within 620 meters with 340 licensed spaces for children. There are 9 activity centers, which include recreation and activities for children and families. But really notable, there are over 2,000 residents in 1,300 apartments and condominiums, and that does not include the duplexes, triplexes, or fourplexes residential units. There are 4 housing buildings with 173 units, and we just estimated over 250 seniors. And there are over 400 small businesses. Some are very small, some are considerably larger, but we estimated they would employ about 2,000 people. The additional pages provide the details. So maybe you could just flip as an example to the next one, please. And what we did was we went through in detail and said, what is the building? Where is it located? How far is it from the proposed site? And what are the nature and who are the people that are affected by it? Because I fully accept that somebody would say, well, you know, how did you come to those numbers? And not to be reviewed here, but this is the background work that went into it. So thank you for putting that up. Now, we also know that through their own admission and what they did and didn't look at in terms of who and what was located there, that Boyle Street did not consider any of this information looking at this location. At no point did Boyle Street consider the community and the impacts, and I actually suspect that neither did the city of Edmonton when they were approving the development permits, and that they really didn't look at this level of detail. To illustrate the risk that this presents to the community, I'll use the example that has been briefly talked about, but I'll go through it quickly. Wall Street advised in a public forum that they do not supply the drugs that consumers use in the site. So these are untested street drugs. So as such, they're uncertain as to exactly what's in them and their potency. And it is well known that hard street drugs repetitively used are known to cause unpredictable and even violent behaviors. Users of the center will be in there from 15 to 30 minutes, and then they will be high for hours. So the question was asked, where do they go when they leave the center? And the answer is, they become the responsibility of the community, and they become a risk to the people that we just looked at. So at least in my opinion, this creates an unreasonable and unmitigable risk, and the failure to consider the existing community and the inherent risks and impacts of the people that are here should have been considered, and that alone should be a reason to revoke the development permit. My second key point, which has been talked about, so I'll be brief, is that an illegal street drug consumption site is not a health service, at least not how it's defined in the city bylaws. And I believe the actual wording was reviewed earlier. I know you have it, so I won't go through the wording. But I would just ask you to imagine for a minute that you heard that a health service was going to be permitted in the strip mall by your house or by your child's daycare or school. You'd probably think, like I did, this is great. It's a walk-in medical clinic, a dentist office, a medical lab. You'd read the description and you might conclude, boy, that includes a physiotherapy clinic and maybe a medical marijuana store. But you would never, ever conclude that a health service with this definition would be a facility where drug addicts could come, inject and smoke illegal street drugs such as heroin, crack cocaine, methamphetamine, fentanyl, and more. You would never think that a health service would be in a place like that with hard drugs being consumed and going out onto the street in your neighborhood. You would never conclude that you needed security guards, street patrols, or increased police protection and EMS services. And I know I can't think of any true health service, at least in my opinion, that has any of that. So with this definition, I would conclude, no reasonable person would conclude, that this type of street drug consumption site isn't allowable as a health service. And so we would ask that it was not anticipated, and it either knowingly misrepresents what is going on, or maybe is fraudulent, or maybe it's just wrong, but it's definitely inappropriate. So the approval for this drug consumption site of the health service should be also a reason in of itself for the development permit to be revoked. And then last, I'd like just to take a minute on damage to neighboring properties, business losses, and loss of rightful enjoyment of others. Our opinion and the experience of all the other drug consumption sites is it results in decreased property values, increased vacancy rates, decreased business. It discourages people from coming to 81st Avenue. It will halt further investment and redevelopment in the area. And I think this is easy to conclude. So you can just ask yourself, would you rent an apartment or buy a condo near a drug consumption site? If you were starting a new business and renting space, would you do it by a site such as this? Would you invest in the real estate? Or even more simply, would you go to a restaurant or a grocery store, or would you just go elsewhere? And the reality is that people in business have lots of choices. And I think most people, if not almost all, would choose to go elsewhere. An over-concentration of these social services, and in particular with a street drug consumption site, will cause damage to properties, business, and cause people to go elsewhere and not to our wonderful neighborhood. So I'd just like to close by saying, if you do have any doubts, I would ask you to do what I did, because I wanted to make sure I knew what I was talking about. Go see it yourself. Go downtown, sit in your parked car outside the George Spady or the Boyle Macaulay drug consumption sites. And I believe, if like me, you'll witness this what happens. People line up to get into the centers. If the volume is higher than they can handle or the hours are not open, they line up. You'll see the condition of people when they do go in and consume and come out, extremely high on drugs, not even in some cases knowing where they are. Observe the drug dealers, as was talked about. I saw them selling to addicts while they lined up at these health centers, and then see hard drugs consumed by people on the street, not actually in the center, but buying the drugs there and consuming them in front of businesses and restaurants real time. And I really, what we're all worried about is what has happened to Chinatown, what's happened to that area, could happen to our wonderful neighborhood. And as Edmontonians, I think it behooves us to not cause or afford another Chinatown disaster. I would just close by saying allowing a street drug injection site, consumption site might benefit a few, but it will harm many. And this appeal is pivotal. So we're asking that in helping people with addiction, that our vibrant neighborhood not be destroyed. Please accept our appeal and deny the development permit. Thank you for hearing me out and for allowing me to be here today.
Thank you, Mr. Bly. I'll see if there's any questions arising from your presentation. Seeing none, we thank you for your submissions, and you may mute yourself. And we'll circle back to Mr. Lau. Mr. Lau, have you returned? Does not appear so. So we will go to the last appellant that's here before us, Faith Giesbrecht. And the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. As you heard, my name is Faith Giesbrecht, and I'm very thankful and grateful to be able to have this opportunity this afternoon. And first of all, I would like to say I agree with everything that my fellow neighbors, business owners, residents have said, all the other appealants. And so I don't want to rehash much of what they've said, but who we are a business called Avenue Appliance. We own our building. We own our business. Our business has been on the Avenue since 1970. We purchased it 31 years ago. And so I would like to just share a few firsthand observations, having skin totally in the game on this one. First observation is street life is hard, no question about it. Living a life with a drug addiction on the street is even harder yet. What I've noticed is the informal rules and function of street life is diametrically opposite to the activities of retail businesses and the safe use of community spaces by local residents. These two have a very hard time coexisting together. Street life has always been a part of White Avenue in some form or another. In recent years, churches have opened their basements for shelter during the colder months. The police force is currently overwhelmed with the needs in the area. I just want to give a shout out to the beat cops we do have who do an excellent job, but there are too few of them. Response time to situations is not fast enough. We are asked to phone numbers, but by the time anyone arrives, the situation has already been long. What do I say? It's been long, it's too late. It's either gone more violent or it's disbanded in some way. But it's too late, they're not fast enough response times. I notice emergency vehicles are regularly situated in our location, particularly at Mustard Seed and the surrounding parking lots and on the streets, more than I have ever seen in years past. Social services provided in the area have limited hours of operation. Street life is 24 hours a day. The conflict between the street community and Avenue Appliance has increased significantly over the last 4 years, and I attribute this to the Mustard Seed moving in to the area about 4 years ago, expanding their services. They are situated directly behind Avenue Appliance. We are located at 10041 82 Avenue. We share the back alley with Mustard Seed. We now have 1 block away the harm reduction site being considered. How have we been directly affected as a business? And I think this gives credibility to the business concerns that Rob shared as an overview, but I'm here as somebody with skin in the game to tell you what it's like being on the Avenue. So this is how we've been impacted in the last 4 years like never before. Vandalism to our property, which includes broken windows on the street front, which takes us the last time, which was 3 months ago, took me 12 weeks to get my window replaced because the supplier could not get the glass. We have graffiti at the rear of the building. We have damage to the large signage on the side of our building. Somebody took, I don't know what, and it's like they tried to put holes in our big signage. Individuals urinate and defecate at both the rear and the front of our retail store, sometimes in front of our eyes. Myself, staff, and customers are accosted by the street community. Street people loiter at customer entrances during our regular business hours. Disposable needles are discarded at the rear of our building that we pick up in the morning on a regular basis. Garbage from the back alley dumpsters is strewn about the rear of our buildings. An interesting one is even the grease bucket from some surrounding restaurants, and this is on video footage, There were some individuals that were in the grease bucket and was throwing it around, and so hence I have grease on the side of my building. I haven't figured out how to get off. Needles and a knife were found on our rooftop this past month. I wasn't sure how to discard of the knife, so I sent an email to my beat cop saying, can you please come down because I really don't want to put this in the dumpster and I really don't know what to do with it. My question is, how did they end up on my roof in the first place? The beat cop's response was, I guess we need to start looking up. Never thought about that. We have individuals that sleep at the rear of our building. And my biggest concern, which comes up the most often, is we have an increase in our customers expressing their discomfort with the situation and fear for their safety. We are a business that has been there for a long time. So I'm going to get emotional. We bring people to the area because we are well established. And I know that we bring people that bring customers to the businesses around us. We're a destination station. We sell high-end appliances. We bring income into the area for people that can afford to buy from boutique shops that are in the area, specifically around us in the 81st Avenue area. That's who we are. And you know what? Those of us in this area, we're kind of a different breed of people, if you ask me. We're positive, we're business owners, we're problem solvers. We find ways to get around things to make our businesses work because we don't have corporate dollars and we don't have grants that come our way. Everything that we do, we have to work hard to make a profit in our businesses. And so we're not the kind of people that complain a lot. We're not the kind of people that are negative. We are not those kind of people. We are people that are positive, that are problem solvers, that like to make things work. And Brian, you asked Pat the question, can you see this working? And I have asked myself that question, and there's been different meetings, and Old Strathcona asked, can you see this working? And thinking this through, I do not see how the harm reduction site, on top of having the mustard seed in our area, knowing what it's brought firsthand, I do not see how this can actually coexist together. I don't think that in this case, what the street life will bring, I don't think that that harm reduction site can actually coexist with the businesses and the residents in the community. Would we like to find a way? Yes, because we are those kinds of people. That's who we are. But when you look at the stats of what we're already facing on the avenue with the social services that are there, I think that you're just simply asking too much of this Ritchie neighborhood to take on. It's too much social cost put on an area with residents and really a really dense area. You're asking us to take on a lot. And I think you're actually asking us to take on too much. My question is, when are customers going to begin to choose alternatives rather than shopping in the Scona area? We're only one out of 400 businesses that are in close proximity to this proposed harm site. I'm proud of our neighborhood. I'm proud of what it's developed into. I've been on the street on White Avenue a long time, and there has been lots of changes. But when I look behind me and the work that has been done, I'm proud of what the City of Edmonton has done and how my neighbors have been able to accomplish what they have in building the little sweet nugget that we have behind us. So yes, this is an Alberta Health Services initiative. We anticipate that the addition of the harm reduction site will only intensify the existing issues that we already face on a daily basis. However, the City of Edmonton is involved today in making the most important decision of all, and that decision is what is going to be the use of the proposed location for harm reduction. And what our neighborhood looks like in the future rests in your hands today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Griesbeck. We'll see if there's any questions arising from your presentation. Seeing none, I thank you for your submissions today. We will now check one last time with Mr. Lau. Mr. Lau, are you available?
Hi, sorry, my apologies. I woke up with a fever this morning and I passed out during lunch break.
No problem. The floor is yours to make your submissions.
Thank you, Faith, for sharing what you just did, and to the other citizens as well. I think I just want to affirm what was said. I represent a small family business, and for sure we've been impacted by the mustard seed, and for sure we've had tenants leave. Just hearing the news of the proposed injection site. I think a key thing that I want people to maybe have at top of mind when they're making a decision about whether to go through with this project or not is that, like, to me as a father, would I bring kids to the area now? Unfortunately, the answer is no. It's simply like, it's simply too dangerous and too inappropriate to bring young children around, people who are struggling with addiction and in the acute stage of their illness. So, you know, to put things, I guess, as simply as possible, the safe injection site where it's currently proposed, or the safe injection site will unfortunately increase the number of, will increase the amount of exposure of especially the children in the area and in the daycare and the fitness center nearby. It'll increase exposure of young children to addicts in the acute stage of their illness. And that just isn't a good idea. It's so straightforward. And I definitely feel it's our responsibility as the adults in this situation to recognize that we do need to protect children from individuals who are out of their mind, high on drugs, recovering from illness. And I think we do bear responsibility to make a decision here to protect them and to make sure that we choose sites that, you know, have more precautions, more safety barriers, more setbacks, so that we can mitigate situations like, you know, a young mother with her children, you know, being accosted or unfortunately impacted by someone who's out of their minds and out of sorts. So I think that is a key factor here. We need to protect children from exposure to people in the acute stages of their addiction illness. And that's all I have to say for now.
Thank you, sir. I'll see if there's any questions arising from your presentation. I see none, so you may mute yourself, and we will move on to others who are here to speak in opposition to the development. So I have a few on my list. I'm not sure if everybody is still here, but we'll start with Mr. Friedrich.
I wasn't intending to present, just listen.
Okay, perfect. Next, Fiona Tran. I believe you were here in person, but you may have left. Appears to be the case. Ms. Politz, I believe, was here, but has left as well. We also have Carmen Heinrich. It doesn't appear that you want to speak, but I'll just double check.
No, I do not want to speak. Thank you.
Okay. Ryan Rasmussen. Mr. Rasmussen, it looks like you're on the call, but you are muted. Would you like to speak today? All right, we'll move on then to Ron Zinich. Do not see you on the call, but let me just double check here. Oh, you are on the call, but you are muted. Can you hear me, Mr. Zinich? Okay. Well, then we will move on. Mr. Bly, you can turn off your camera just to preserve the bandwidth for the streaming on here. And next up, we will be hearing from the city, but before we do that, let's take a quick, apparently my number of the day is 6-minute break, and come back here at 2:40. And then at that time, we will hear from Mr. Gunther and anybody else from the city who wants to make submissions. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I do understand that a binder was provided to administration from the community. The disclosure dates have passed for the provision of that binder, so we will not be taking in that evidence, but we do acknowledge the verbal submissions, I believe, of Mr. Bly, who stated that petition did exist. But just out of fairness to all parties, we do need to stick to the rules that we've put forward. So we will not be considering that evidence insofar as the actual documentation, but we acknowledge that it exists. Mr. Gunther, Mr. Luke, and I'm going to say your name incorrectly, so you can correct me now. Yeah. Pierkowski? Yeah. Okay, Ms. Pierkowski. The floor is yours, and Mr. Gunther, you may proceed.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. As you have introduced us all, I'm legal counsel for the city, Michael Gunther. To my right is the development officer, Teresa Piakowski, and then to my far right is Harry Luke, senior planner, also with the city. Our submissions here today are really geared towards hopefully helping the board understand the rationale for the decision, why this was considered a Class A permit, what the development officer's analysis included and ultimately entailed. And then once she's had an opportunity to explain her rationale, I will take the floor back and just go through the legal implications of some of the issues that have been raised today, try and address those things through a legal lens. So perhaps at this point, I will turn it over to Ms. Piakowski, and she's going to explain her evaluation process of this particular application.
Thank you. So I received the application and I reviewed it for completeness to make sure that there was floor plans, elevations, site plan included in the application. The site is zoned DC1, and upon reading the DC1, it refers DC1 bylaw 19988, and upon reading that, it refers to the CB2 zone and the Main Streets overlay. I ascertained that the use, as described in the description of use, and by reading the floor plans, met the definition of health services. I determined this, ascertained this, because there was no overnight facilities at the proposed facility, which would, if there was overnight facilities, it would make it an extended health services. So I've also reviewed or looked back upon some of the other developments that were approved as either health services or extended medical treatment services. Specifically, the George Spady Center has a detoxification unit and overnight stays, and that one is approved as an extended medical treatment services use. The Radius Community Health and Healing / Boyle Macaulay Health Center does not have overnight hours and is approved as a health services use. So with those developments in mind, I was able to ascertain that this proposed development at Strathcona is a health services. I reviewed the application based on the description and the floor plans provided and the site plan, that it met the DC1 and furthermore the CB2 zone and the Main Streets overlay. Over the course of the application had changed somewhat. The floor plans had changed somewhat, so there was some confusion with the location of the primary entrance. The approved Class A decision was made on March 20th, 2023, and given we don't normally circulate notifications to residences for Class A developments, but we did circulate for this particular application to 100 meters within the property zone, of the proposed property. And yeah, so, and here we are today.
Before you continue, Mr. Gunther, I'll just see if there's questions.
Yes, thank you.
Any questions for the development officer? Ms. LaPro?
Thank you. Can you just confirm for me the plans that you did stamp approved in March? Was that the version of the plans with the primary entrance to the avenue, or was it the plans with the primary entrance in the rear?
To the avenue, 81st Avenue.
Any further questions for the development officer? I do have one, or maybe two. We've heard that there is a variance required now that the primary entrance is on that avenue. Do you have any comments on that? Or is Mr. Gunther going to deal with that?
Perhaps I can just deal with that during my submission. I think there's really two options available to deal with that, but I can get into that as part of my submission.
Sure, that might be the response for my second question, and that's, did you consider whether or not to use the deeming provision, or did you feel that the use fell squarely within the definition of health services?
No, I did not use the deeming provision. It met the definition of health services use.
If I may just quickly add, Mr. Chair. Again, these types of decisions are collaborated between the development officers. So in consultation, Teresa and myself and other members of the development approvals team, and referencing the other applications that have already been approved, that gave us in ascertaining what the use is, that it was a health service. And again, I understand that there has been information provided by others earlier today. I just need to emphasize that we, as development officers, have to look at the use and not specifically the users. And so, again, going strictly by what the use is, what has been approved in the past, what the information that has been provided as part of the application. Again, just to be clear that we did ascertain that it was considered, out of all the uses within the zoning bylaw, a health service.
Perhaps you can help me with I think, the thrust of Ms. Agrias' argument, and that's the primary use here isn't necessarily health services. It's to allow people to come and have a safe place for another purpose, namely safe injection of drugs. Do you have any comments in relation to that? I mean, this is not a place where people will come to you after they've overdosed on drugs. It's a place where they can come and be supervised in order to, inject the drugs or consume the drugs in one manner or another. And then there's just the provision to provide health services, I guess, to those individuals that have adverse reactions.
I can speak to that in my submission as well.
Perfect. Then I'll leave it at that and we'll let Mr. Gunther proceed.
Yes, thank you. I will say as a starting point, there is no doubt in my mind that from a legal perspective, based on the wording of the zoning bylaw in Edmonton, that what we have as a proposal here is a health services use. And my rationale for that is there's sort of been two perspectives offered. I had really prepared before today to go into this idea of the deeming provision and what if we have two different potential uses and where do we land? Not so much on the issue of, well, there's illegal substances being used in this context. Is it perhaps not a health use? But as I've listened to the arguments, the perspectives, I think there's a very strong case to be made, even more so having listened to some of those perspectives, that what we are dealing with here is fundamentally a health use. In terms of what is actually going to occur under the terms of this development permit, that's all we can base our analysis on is the plans that we have received. Ultimately, Mr. Walkowicz and his clients will be here to explain exactly what the proposal entails. So our analysis is based on the submissions that we receive as the City of Edmonton. But it is also based on what the law has told us about the purpose of a safe consumption site. And this is something that has gone all the way up to the Supreme Court of Canada, because as you can see here today, these are developments that are often very contentious in nature. There are varying degrees of public opinion about the merits or drawbacks of such an approach, but ultimately it is something that is intended and exists for purposes of medical health. And in reference to that, I make reference to the Supreme Court decision that addressed safe injection sites, as they were called at the time of that decision, which is the PHS Community Services case from 2011. The citation is 2011 SCC 44. And in that case, the Supreme Court of Canada said a safe injection site, as was the term at that time, is a strictly regulated health facility. We know that these facilities are regulated by Health Canada and Alberta Health Services. The exemption that is found in Section 56.1 of the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act is limited to approvals only, the term is used, for medical purposes. There's also a remark in that PHS case saying that an approval of a safe injection site is not an invitation for everyone who so chooses to open a facility for drug use. Rather, as we look to the supplemental material that was submitted by Mr. Rockowicz's clients, which the city didn't have access to at the time, we were basing our decision on the information we had about what goes on and ultimately the medical necessity in some instances of a safe consumption site. But having looked to the supplemental evidence where we see letters from the professors and doctors at the University of Alberta Faculty of Medicine, from Alberta Health Services Public Health, it becomes more apparent, even more so than when we, as the City of Edmonton, the development officer, looked at what was being proposed and ultimately had to characterize it as a use as it falls within the zoning bylaw. In terms of what we know from the evidence, from the law, despite being susceptible to controversy, we also know that from the letter from the Faculty of Medicine that a safe consumption site is part of the medical standard of care for people with opioid use disorders. It's on this basis, on the basis of what we know about safe consumption sites from the law and from the evidence, that it is fair and appropriate to characterize this use as a medical services use. It is also not appropriate to characterize this particular use as an extended medical service, which is the other use class found in the bylaw that has been cited in this particular appeal. Now, that's not always saying that would be the case. In the case of the George Spady Centre, which is where we have another site of this nature in Edmonton, there is what's called a detoxification ward, and there is overnight stays in that location. I believe there was also an approval for a facility at the Royal Alexandra Hospital under that same use class. But of course, at the Royal Alexandra Hospital, you have, to use the term that's found in that use class definition, room, board, and surgical and other medical treatment. Whereas the application that is before us today and before you today, there's no indication, or at least we certainly have not seen any indication, that there's a plan for overnight accommodations. I would go so far as to say if there was a plan for overnight accommodations, that would probably require a different development permit, if not a rezoning, having regard to the fact that extended medical uses is not listed use in this direct control zone. Moving onwards to the idea of a variance or some sort of solution to this question on what do we do with the front step. Now, it appears that the Main Streets overlay does require universal accessibility where there is a commercial use, and health services is listed under the commercial use heading, where fronting or abutting a street that is not a lane. So having regard to that and the fact that there is a front step, one step, there has to be a solution to provide universal accessibility. My understanding from the development officer was that when the plans were initially looked at, there was a proposal to have the access or the primary access from the rear. Now it has shifted to the front. She stamped the plans with the front primary access not knowing that, or noticing rather, that there had been a change to the plans. That's my understanding as to how that manifested itself. But in terms of what we do now that we're here, I see two solutions to this issue. The first is a compliance condition that could be applied by way of section 11, sub 1, sub E of the zoning bylaw. And that would simply be such that the development approval is granted by the board, subject to a condition, a compliance condition, that universal access or universal accessibility be provided at the primary entrance. The basis for that is that section of the zoning bylaw, section 11, sub 1, sub E, which was considered by the parties here, one of the parties here, Boyle Street Community Services, in a prior hearing, as well as Ms. Agrios, who was counsel in that matter. The benefit to that approach is we know from the building code that barrier-free access is going to ultimately be required. It's not the role of this board to adjudicate matters pertaining to the Alberta Building Code. There will have to be a barrier-free path of travel, and some solution will have to be addressed. In terms of this particular solution or this particular provision in the zoning bylaw, that is, of course, within the purview of this board. But to leave it, essentially put it back into the hands of the applicant to say you need to come up with a solution, which could be anything from lowering the door, drilling out the front step, putting a ramp in. There's all sorts of creative solutions that could be achieved to address that one step. It's not a major change to the plans, and in fact, some of the potential solutions would be actually off the titled parcel itself, which means that it would not be something that would require a development permit. It would be something that would require an encroachment agreement or some sort of other solution outside the scope of development approvals. So that's one possible solution. The second possible solution would be for the board to consider a variance. We take no position with respect to the test for the variance in terms of whether or not it would meet that test, albeit we would say that the test for the variance is, given that this is direct control, as is set out in section 11 of the zoning bylaw. It wouldn't be the ordinary section 687 sub 3 sub D test that's found in the Municipal Government Act. Finally, in terms of the last comment I just wanted to make, just goes to the land use impacts and the land use analysis of this board, and ultimately the development officer. When the development officer was formulating her decision, and when the board is rendering their decision, it's a question of land use. There are other mechanisms in law, and particularly in the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, that oblige an applicant for a medically approved safe consumption site to make an application to the minister and to meet certain criteria. Those criteria are quite strict and do actually address many of the issues that have been raised today. For example, I've shut the tab, but section 56.1, it does require an applicant for that sort of approval, for the medical exemption for a safe consumption site, to address the need for that safe consumption site in the community. It does require the applicant to address the potential impacts on crime in the community, as well as the location of that site. So while those are land use considerations, perhaps in the greatest of sense, this is a question today about whether or not this is a permitted use. And if it is a permitted use, whether there's a variance, and if there is a variance, whether or not the test for a variance is met, or alternatively, whether or not it can remain a permitted use with no variances if a compliance condition is applied. The provision that I referenced, just for your own reference, section 56.1, is a provision in the Federal Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. I would encourage the board to have a look at that provision, just so you're aware in terms of where the application process goes from here. ultimately, those are not things other than in the most general sense and in a context of a discretionary permit that the City of Edmonton Development Officer would be able to apply. But that's not to say that those considerations won't eventually become relevant and be before a decision maker who will have to make a decision on whether to allow this to proceed or whether it will end at that point. I finally just want to make a remark about some of the comments that we've heard today. In terms of the concerns of the community, we don't downplay or understate the fact that there are concerns that have been raised by people in the neighborhood, by members of the community. The role, of course, of the development officer and the role of the board is to ultimately apply the zoning bylaw and to apply the relevant land use considerations that are at stake here. Doing so, though, however, is an exercise of considering the use, not the user, and I don't think it is helpful to be referring to folks who are making use of this health services facility as I've heard, a certain demographic or those people. We need to be careful that we are talking today about the use. We appreciate the concerns of the community, but we ultimately need to be sensitive and aware that these are people who are using this health service, even if it is a health service that is perhaps not as conventional or slightly different than what we might see in other contexts. I thank you for your time, Mr. Chair, members of the panel. Those are my submissions on behalf of the city, and I certainly invite any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Gunther. We'll see if there's any questions. Mr. Jones?
One of the appellants raised the question about the illegality of the process of bringing drugs in, using them, the trafficking. Any comments with that respect?
Yeah, and so that creates an interesting issue, but it was addressed in some regards in that case that I had mentioned from the Supreme Court, that PHS community service case, and that the interpretation in that particular case, now that was a case involving the charter rights as well as the division of powers between the federal government and the provincial government, but also it talks about the discretionary exercise of issuing an exemption to allow these safe consumption sites to exist. Now, in that particular case, it was essentially held, and I'm paraphrasing, that there is an acknowledgement that the substances themselves are acquired independently and often, if not always, illegally. But that doesn't lessen the fact that what takes place at the physical location or at the development is primarily a health use. So that is a component of it, and it's an unfortunate and unavoidable component. But when we look at it from a use perspective and what's actually taking place, it is a public health use that is taking place.
And what about the distance issues that were raised concerning, cannabis stores, liquor stores? And this certainly would take this to a whole new level where we're not considering distances at all.
Yeah. And so ultimately these things are dealt with on a case-by-case basis in the bylaw. Cannabis stores do have certain setbacks between stores that are imposed. In this particular case, there's nothing in the zoning bylaw that would set a specific setback between this type of health services use and any other type of use. If it was a discretionary use, that would be something where there would be perhaps flexibility for a development officer or the board to impose certain conditions or ultimately say it's not compatible with an adjacent use. But in a case where it is, and City Council has made a decision to put health services in as a permitted use in this zone, there's just not the flexibility, nor is there anything actually in the bylaw that would allow for a specific intentional setback from, say, a different use that was deemed to be incompatible.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. LaPearl.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Jones, for bringing up something that I wanted to touch on. Do I understand correctly that in the development officer's review, in the original approval of the development permit, ancillary crimes, such as obtaining the drugs to be consumed, were not factors in that determination or analysis done by the city at that time?
Yes, so in terms of the development officer's review, because it is a permitted use, there's not really room in that analysis, given that council has listed it as a permitted use, to consider those incompatibility factors. Now, in terms of ancillary crime, it's difficult to specify what ancillary crime would be attributable to the existence of a safe consumption site. We have heard some suggestions that, well, if we know, the drug dealers know where the safe consumption site is, it may be such that that's where the drug dealers would go and engage in these transactions. But to some degree, well, the police will also know where that is, so the same might ultimately be true, that the police might provide more oversight to make sure that these aren't happening in the neighborhood. But at the end of the day, without specific evidence or specific examples, it is to a large degree speculation. And ultimately, it's not something, given the approval of the development officer was a permitted use approval, that she has the ability to take into account.
Sorry, if I can just add really quickly, Ms. LaPearl, is that, yes, thank you, is that, again, to be very clear, we do not downplay any of the concerns by the appellants today. However, there is no reference in any zoning bylaw with respect to criminality. We do leave it to the police service to separately have to deal with those issues. But Ms. Piakorski and myself, like I said, it's just not referenced in the zoning bylaw with respect to land use planning. So, thank you.
Thank you. And I do appreciate that it was a Class A permit, not a discretionary permit, so those kinds of considerations weren't tackled.
Let's see if there's any more questions.
Mr. Carble. Yeah, just a couple, and there's some clarification. So the permit was approved on the basis of it being a Class A health services, and I guess I'm trying to grapple with how injection consumption site, where does that show up in support of it being a health service?
I can answer that to some degree. The health services definition means development for the provision of physical and mental health services on an outpatient basis. Services may be of a preventative, diagnostic treatment, therapeutic, rehabilitative, or counseling nature. Typical uses include medical and dental offices, health clinics and counseling services, and medical cannabis clinics and counseling services. Ultimately, this particular provision is broad and encompassing. We know from PHL community that this is a service of a health nature in the most general of senses. The health services definition in the zoning bylaw, however, talks about therapeutic treatment, which this is having regard to the submissions that are found in the proponents' materials. It's clear from the medical professionals that this is part of the standard of care for treatment of opioid dependency. So on that basis, it is such that this, albeit something that wouldn't necessarily be considered a medical a doctor's office per se, or a dentist's office, given the wide scope of latitude that health services encompasses, it's very clear that it would fall inside the broad scope that this is intended to capture.
Okay, thank you for that. And if it is not decided by the board that this is the case, according to what we considered the evidence to be, then we move to, if we look at the extended health services, is it my understanding that the extended zoning is not compatible with, or the extended aspect is not compatible with the zoning in that area?
That's correct, but extended health services expressly includes a requirement that there be room, board, and other
Yeah,
medical treatment.
so that's not a path that we really can go down. We're really looking
No.
at the permitted use of the, of health
Yes.
services.
Yeah, we are of the view that it is so clearly encompassed within health service, having regard to what the medical professionals as well as the courts have told us about the nature of this activity and the purpose that it exists, that there need not be, nor is there anything else in the bylaw that it would reasonably be captured under.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Ms. Solis.
Thank you. I just want to confirm something that I think has become clearer to me as the presentations have occurred here. I was initially of the impression when I read the materials that the development officer had approved this Class A without a variance because the rear entrance was going to be the accessible entrance. And the analysis document in there indicates that. I just want to confirm my understanding now is that the plans changed, that analysis didn't change. After the fact, we're now recognizing that there's a variance required with regard to the principal entrance, which is now at the front. That's how things have unfolded as we have discussed this.
Yes, one of two, so not necessarily a variance, but either a variance or a compliance condition that
Right,
would require.
exactly. Yeah.
It needs to be dealt with.
Okay.
Given that the plans have flipped.
Right, thank you.
Yes.
I appreciate that.
Anything further, Ms. Solis?
No.
Okay, Mr. Gunther, question about PHS. So PHS tends to deal with, from what I can tell and what I recall, it's a constitutional argument between the feds and the province, whether it's a health-related service versus something that's in the federal jurisdiction, which I think is the criminal code. But it doesn't really deal with that characterization from a zoning bylaw perspective, because as your zoning bylaw states, there are 2 or 3 different types of health services uses that health facilities could fall under, depending on the definition as the city's written them. So I guess what I'm trying to understand is, we've heard from Ms. Agrias that this couldn't have been contemplated at the time of this zoning bylaw because it was not even legal to have safe injection sites when this bylaw was passed. So how do we bring something into this bylaw, which wasn't even contemplated at the time this bylaw was passed, without using something like a deeming provision? From what I understand, the deeming provision is intended to deal with those situations where a use was never even considered, and now this board or the city needs to deal with it in some fashion and either consider that use or disallow that use.
So a few points in there. Just want to make sure I don't miss anything to respond
It's a
to.
loaded
But firstly, PHL is a constitutional case, but not just limited to the interjurisdictional issues, also the Section 7 charter rights and the discretionary decision of the minister to issue an exemption that would allow one of these facilities to exist. What the key is in that case, though, and why it's important to this particular case, is because what it does in terms of recognizing that at its core, a safe consumption site is not just a place people go to use drugs. It exists as a form of therapeutic medical treatment, and that at its core, a safe consumption site is a strictly regulated health facility. And so if that was in doubt at all, and to the extent it was in doubt before that case, and that some argued that it was indeed just a place people would go to use drugs, that argument ends with the Supreme Court's direction. And even in that case, it was interesting because initially the Government of Canada, which was actually in opposition to the site existing, this in-site facility in Vancouver, they actually backed down and conceded that it was actually primarily existing for purposes of health. So I think that's why that particular case is of importance.
Can I ask you a question on that before you move to the next point?
Yeah.
I don't think I'm trying to argue that there is a health component to it, but I'm trying to understand how your definition in the zoning bylaw really deals with it, because you could write health services to say this use does not include safe injection sites. Hypothetically, that could be its own use under the bylaw. And maybe it will be in the future bylaw, I'm not too sure. But I guess what I'm trying to understand is just because a Supreme Court decision says that this is a health facility doesn't mean that your definition is necessarily going to capture that as a health facility. It could be something other than what was contemplated in this definition. Granted, it has a health services component to it, but that might not be, from a strictly zoning perspective, the main purpose. And the reason I'm asking that is I think the last time some of us were in this room, we heard submissions on the services that were going to be happening at the King Thunderbird Center had a health services component. That panel found that while there was a health services component to it, there was something more to it. And I think that's what Ms. Agrias is making as her submissions today. I won't put any words in her mouth, but she'll probably raise something during rebuttal. How do we reconcile that here?
Yeah, so just to, I guess, answer the couple questions that were in there.
Sorry.
Firstly, in terms of what the health services definition includes, it's extremely, extremely broad. And it's drafted that way, I think, because health services are something that not only treatment for opioid dependency, but treatment for any plausible disease looks different in 1995 or 2001 than it does in 2023. And what the standard of care is for any disease and any addiction, and an addiction is a disease, we know that from PHL as well as from medical science, it looks different today than it would 20 years ago. And so to draft health services in a way that it is wide enough and broad enough to capture whatever the best practice is and whatever a therapeutic treatment looks like at any given snapshot in time is necessary. And that's why this particular provision is drafted so broadly, so encompassingly. So I hope that addresses your question insofar as could we have captured in 2001 or whenever this bylaw, the zoning bylaw, was brought into force, what it looks like in 2023. Well, that's why it's drafted in such a broad fashion, because no one can predict what it looks like down the road. Your second question, I know that addressed perhaps part of it, but I just want to make sure that I respond to
Well,
the
I
entirety.
think, I think we're still on the, it's really one question with multiple dimensions perhaps. And so I guess what you're saying is you think this is a therapeutic use, even if somebody were to come in there, they were, safely to consume drugs of whatever kind, and never engage the health service component, if there was an overdose or something of that nature, you still believe that the fact that they can come there qualifies as a therapeutic service?
Well, from the information we have, it does. And, not just therapeutic, but it's treatment and rehabilitative. In terms of the intention, and there's people much more qualified in this room to speak to this than I am, but we go off the information we're provided. The intention of a safe consumption site is in part rehabilitative, to provide harm reduction until certain folks can get to a point where they are heading in a different direction or ultimately reducing their harm while they are in the throes of their disease. In terms of what that looks like from a land use planning perspective, what we have here is a health services use, but unlike the previous matter that we dealt with, we don't see anything in the plans that would lead to, for example, a community recreation use, which was an issue in the other Boyle Street case and a very live issue. There is nothing that has been provided to us in the context of this matter that would lead us to believe that there is a community services component, certainly no professional, financial, or office component like was the case in the Boyle Street case, nor anything else that we see or that the development officer has identified in the bylaw that might be characterized as an accessory use. I think I can say quite confidently, based on the information and support that we have received, that this isn't a place for folks to go and hang out. This is a place where folks receive support for the addiction and the disease that they are facing, albeit not necessarily in the way that some might consider initially, without looking at the broad definition of health services, what would conventionally be a health services use.
Last question. This definition was updated in 2017, and we do have a new bylaw presumably coming into effect in the next 6 months or so. Do you have any guidance on how the city is either redefining this definition in the future? Is safe injection sites or anything like that contemplated in the new bylaw that can help shed some light on how this definition is going to change?
Yeah, I'm not specifically aware of any proposed changes and what might be captured in that regard. I believe that this 2017 update was to reflect that medical cannabis clinics would be captured within the health services use, which I think is notable because, again, it's something that was perceived at that time, at least, to be something that was an evolving issue and was specifically addressed in the bylaw at that time, given that it was it was suddenly put to the municipalities to regulate medical cannabis clinics at that time, whereas safe consumption sites are something where really there's 3 layers of government involved. So to the extent that we do regulate it, we're not as heavily regulating, given that there are other orders of government that are going to have to grant approvals before it can get to fruition.
Okay, I have nothing further. Any more questions for the city before we let them go? Okay, thank you for attending before us today. We always appreciate when the city can be here. So please keep coming, even for driveway extensions and fences, because it does help us make better decisions. Okay, we will now hear from those in favor of the appeal, beginning with the respondent, Boyle Street, Mr. Walkowicz. We are at 3:30, and you know better than me how long your submissions will take, and you know better than me how long you'd like to stay here. So if you do feel like you have enough time to make your submissions, I invite you forward, but we do have another day set aside for this, and we will need that day for rebuttal in any event. So Mr. Walkowicz, I'll leave it up to you.
Okay, just give me one moment to speak to my colleague. We wouldn't finish today. And I spoke briefly with Ms. Agrius, and I think she also is okay with us starting in the morning.
Then with that in mind, we will adjourn for the day, and we will reconvene tomorrow morning at hopefully 8:30 promptly. Administration's giving me eyes. Am I missing something? No? Okay. So thank you all for attending today. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow, and we will pick up where we left off.
Thank you.
All.